changes.
Okay, it's doing it right now.
Can you hear me? Can you? It's
Okay.
really low, yeah.
It's doing it right now. Okay, it's currently live streaming through the YouTube channel.
You check?
Yep.
But you go to YouTube channel.
All right. So what I want to do right now is we got a few minutes, right?
Okay.
Well, let me just say a couple of things.
Okay. Is this live streaming now?
It's live streaming
Are
right
we live
already.
streaming?
Yeah, it's working fine. Well, first of all, thanks for it's my honor to participate in this amazing AIHS 2020, the world's first virtual housing expo network. And my name is Matt Falk. I'm the CEO and founder of eZ-Xpo with the platform. So since we are a little bit early, we want to take a few minutes to walk through the platform.
I'm busy somewhere. I'm busy now. I'm busy. Call the lamppost. I'm busy somewhere. I'm busy somewhere.
So I want to just take a few minutes to walk through the platform and explain how you will navigate once you actually sign into the platform. So this is the home page. So here's the sign in button. Once you actually register, you can sign
where
in
are you
with
now?
that button.
Where are you? Where are you?
Oh, okay.
Are you on Zoom?
I'm in the live screen sharing.
Okay, good. Okay.
So,
right.
Let me just hold on a second.
Do you have the password? Do you have the login credentials?
Yeah, I will enter the. Yeah.
Are you entering as? What are you entering as? Of course, as event organizer.
Yep. So this is the.
No. Are you? That's not an event organizer. Are you entering as an event organizer or as an attendee?
Attendee.
Oh, you are coming as an attendee, right?
So, as attendee, you can first entry point is your lobby. So you can see there's a list of all the session tracks for the day. All you need to do is just click on any of these session track. It will lead you to the auditorium.
Okay.
Like this, right here.
Can they also go to the? They can also go to the auditorium straight away. They can also go to the auditorium. The attendees can also go straight to the auditorium.
Yeah, that's the whole beauty of the platform. You just go from the lobby, you just click on any of those links, and that will lead you to the auditorium. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So once you're in the auditorium, I think, Ken, you mentioned that the first morning session is going to be in the kickoff, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, they can go to the exhibit hall. The exhibit hall is the top menu bar. Okay. So they can just click on the tab menu bar, and then we'll go to and check out, visit any of these exhibitors and actually talk to. I heard from Ken that there are many prices, so please do feel go talk to any of these exhibitors and sponsor, and find out more about the special promotion they offer. All right, so that's it. That's very simple.
Okay.
Ken?
So are we streaming live already?
Yes, it's already streaming.
Okay. It's already streaming, right? So what I need to do is I just where do I stay? I stay at the
What I want
on
to
Zoom,
do
right?
is record this as well. Hold on a second. Okay, it's being recorded and also at Zoom. It's also live streamed through the YouTube channel.
So you are screening sharing your screen, right? You are.
Yeah, it's being live streamed right now. Everything's working fine. All right.
Okay. Okay, everything I can see it's blinking, right? The red button. The red button by my name and what's that red button? It's blinking. So it's
Yeah, everything is working fine.
so
Let me just let people come in.
yeah, let people come in now. There's only one person asking to come in. Let me tell him to come in.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, hello. Someone is joining us very soon.
All
Someone
right,
is
no
joining us. How
problem.
many?
Just,
How many?
I
How
want
many
to,
hosts?
what was that now? I
How
want to
many hosts
mention a
are we
couple
going
of
to have?
things. One is that make sure
Okay.
you remind people to go click on the chat. And let me just share the screen right now. All right. So once you're actually in the auditorium, you can click on the chat, and then you can actually pose any questions. I'm sure you will have a Q&A sessions today, right?
Yes, sure. How many? I saw a list come up now.
Yeah.
I saw a list.
Yep.
So let people come in now. Allow people to come in, please. Allow, admit people in. Hello, Matt.
Yep.
Yes. Someone is talking with you there. Check on on the right. That's the CEO.
Good morning.
They say good morning to you. Yes, that's it. Fucking right. Good. Yes.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm not able to hear the voice. You're not able to hear. Tell him to record. It's not recording, but when you give me permission to record. Please send it. I will need you to record. My name was sorry here.
You have all the people, you have all the speaker on board yet? Ken, you want to check that?
Yeah. Somebody's talking with you. Did you spotlight? Housing development advocacy. What's the last name? What name is you?
That's the name of our account.
Why did you do This is live. Already streaming live. This is my birthday. Àwọn ìfọwọ́ wà fún yẹn. Kí àgbo tẹ máa ń sọ máa ń kó. Unmuted.
But we just need to confirm how many people logged on. We'll be able to confirm how many people logged on.
Yeah, let's take this thing, please.
It's like, oh, fix it and blah, blah, blah. At that point, I was just like, I never want to see that guy in my life again. I honestly tried that part for that day. Somebody had literature tattoo, which was in the 90s, and now already then, I think my mom
What is yeah, mute, please, mute. Whatever.
I'm just thinking that are all on style.
How much laser did still did actually?
Really? What's your most like prized movie possession?
I had a date from ticket. Really wanted it.
So you have stuff.
I do, yeah.
That's very expensive.
Mine is.
What did you have to say about this tattoo that you got done?
I was against it from the start.
That's like getting a tattoo 101. Not go to a contest.
It's one of those situations where I wanted to say I told you so, but he can punish enough just getting the tattoo. I wasn't gonna break his balls.
Very nice of you.
His ball.
Okay.
Okay. Test it. Hello, yeah. I'm talking. Okay. But you don't want too much background noise.
Yes. Background He's speaking.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Why you're hearing him is because he logged on as somebody from another location. It's me that you're not going to. So me, I'm talking. No, during the event.
I'll mute.
Okay, now we can do this way. Don't worry, I will sort the problem now. Anytime he is going out, I will collect it. So let this guy be on his.
What?
We're having the feedback.
Yes.
Is because I connected myself directly to this. I connected the system directly
To that place.
to that.
Okay.
And based on this setting, I'm a co-host. I'm not even a
You're
co-host.
not even
I'm a participant.
but you can use your system.
Yes, I can use my system. So if you connect now,
You
I know how the feedback.
one or two.
Maybe the first one, yeah.
Audio or
What else, man?
hello, Matt.
Ken, are you there? Are you okay?
Yeah, everything's okay. I can hear you. Everything's
So
okay,
you have
right?
all the speakers on board yet?
No, not yet. We just have 4 participants presently now. 4 participants. It might be really. Who parodied you? Yeah. So very simple, right? I guess everything is linked to the auditorium.
Yeah, it's currently live streamed through the auditorium now.
Yeah, I know. It's live streaming the auditorium. So all we need to do is just spotlight anything, hello, spot, so that everybody can spotlight it. Where's my own list? Spotlight.
I would actually prefer you to log on internet with this.
Okay, why? That is fast. That is
It's better and it's more stable.
This one is stable. It's not low.
It's not stable. Like that's why the people connect now. Since they are hosting.
setting again. Mark, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
Listen on the internet.
Good.
The internet is better.
Better. Cool lag.
I told you. Nigeria came out. Everything is better. So that one, when we're having that feedback is because of the internet.
Yes, internet is there. You know, I was trying to use this.
No, okay, you're not planning to use
No.
that. Oh, okay.
I wasn't planning to use this, but so far we discussed yesterday. He said we were going to use this Airtel. But Airtel is going to go that thing. So and again, what?
It's fine now.
So
We're ready now.
we're ready. It's very simple.
Okay.
If I'm not there, you are me as a co-host, and we'll go just spotlight the speaker. Actually, listen, Lowo.
Okay.
Who is the moderator? Hello, Matt.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm here.
So I think well, just you're admitting people in, right? How many co-hosts can we have? Just one?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I have somebody here who's supporting me here. So because you may have to leave sometime.
Right.
How long?
I let you take over.
So
I'll make
if
you
I
the
need
host.
you, yeah, then I make somebody else the co-host, right? Then we can talk on Skype. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You can chat on Skype. Yeah, we chat on Skype. Good. So do that right away.
You're the host now.
Okay. Mashood. So I'll make it a co-host. Say, Walele, where are you here? Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah. So I'll make you co-host here right now.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir. So,
this is from the Office of the Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development.
Oh, good.
Hello?
Can you?
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. The Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture.
Yes, you are correct.
How are you, my brother? You will be. The
Yeah, okay,
minister will speak by exactly 10:15.
Exactly 10:15 is noted.
10:15. Please handle
It's
those.
all right. It's all right.
Share.
We are getting ready.
Thank I trust you, actually.
Right. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
alive.
So
I
I can
just
see
on the
that.
camera.
What open spotlight. Past speaker, all of the street. That's all. You do Zoom that. You know to spotlight. What
No problem. I can spotlight even the minister.
Minister, no, there should be a soft copy.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed.
That's good.
Fine.
So we are streaming live already.
So we're fine. We're ready.
I don't know if I can get any extension boxes.
Matt, what you lost from here?
Okay.
What he wanted to do was to put I didn't record. You know the recording takes this forever. Stop them once soon. The internet is good. It's recording. That's so simple. So much to meet. I need to meet. Great.
Hello, Festus. Hello, Festus. Festus.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay.
It's what's your miss? What's up?
But my own meeting level any. Good morning.
Professor is here.
No, no. Come.
Hello.
Mo láti mute ni. Ẹ wá.
Internet connection.
Ẹ wá.
Okay.
Ta ló ń sọ̀rọ̀?
One thing is your system is the immune system you're using.
Okay, only fún yín.
Yeah, because if your system is not on mute, if I can mute now, you'll be. Hello.
So he's talking on my system right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Okay, can we try to talk to somebody else to see their hearing? You get it right. Just matter. So I want to know if they're hearing you.
Moshood.
That's what I want us to get to come and start talking.
It was here before the opening.
Yes, I want to try something.
Táwọn ṣe tó ń fẹ́ fún máa ní kó o sófẹ́ wọ ọkọ̀ tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Matt.
Okay.
Like he wants to come and wants to be the coach, he'll be my close now.
Okay.
So the share, I can't say close for now. While you're waiting.
That's
I will tell you, but I think about it, you make you be the cause.
Yes, I just want him to come.
Hello,
And ask the man, is he hearing us?
hello, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, there's 20, you are welcome. Is anybody hearing me? Is anybody hearing me?
Okay, now.
So we need to spotlight the CEO.
Where is he? If he goes there, he's already
Okay.
Matt, can you hear us, please?
Mark, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes. You can hear us. Good. Matt, can you hear us? How are you, my friend, my partner?
Well, it's my honor to be part of this amazing first virtual expo in Nigeria. I'm honored to be part of it.
Thank you. I will make you proud the way you are making me proud. I so much appreciate your support. I can see you refuse to sleep, all in the name of supporting us. We are very grateful. We are very, very grateful to you. Very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Mark.
Thank you.
This honorable minister, who was speaking that time that was testing? I will get back to that person.
But what do you say already? He's working already. If there's an issue, it's from. What do you think? SRO?
Okay.
If there's an issue now, it's not here.
Okay.
It is from the speaker's end. I feel like saying,
Yeah.
we just spoke with somebody outside. Yeah. Should I make him the coach now and go back to you?
Okay.
Boss, sorry, Oga, he was asking whether how was it?
Revenue from the oil or mainstay, the Minister for Economy, which contributes 50% of our revenue base, then it becomes difficult for us to have enough foreign reserve. That means the kind of exchange rate we have. So if we have a lot of demands coming from the population, and of course, so because there is pressure on the reserve and the revenue base not we'll be completing
Hello. Good morning. Sir?
Please, I want to talk with my president. That's the president of the Association of Housing Corporation. Can you hear me, my president?
Yes.
How are you today? I trust you. I know you are ready. I told them that you will speak by 10:30. So be on standby, and I'm taking your.
Go ahead and do all that. I know that people were working on that. So go ahead and let them just their way, and your people will start working. Okay?
Okay, no problem. We start shortly now. The minister is even waiting. You can see him from your platform, the platform.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll send you 35,000.
All right.
How would that? Yeah, but I don't know 5,000. Better than 5,000. Is that or what?
This area network.
Okay.
For this area, but it's good.
Yeah, it's will make it a lot easier.
Is that what it does?
Yeah.
What if I'm this area?
Hey, but it gives it the view.
No, it makes it real.
Yeah.
So that is good. Let's make it a success. And what I did when your team, I'm a lawyer.
Yeah.
Then when you can say this up, can get it right, as a by set of real life.
Yes.
You know, this is different from the
normal Zoom. Yeah.
So we'll be going together all over the place.
Yes.
I may not be there. I may just be fine
remotely.
So that's why I wanted somebody. But he told me that I'm a set up new studio for this. So we were getting in. That's good. It's powerful. My never serious. So what would that do?
Instead of this echo that we are hearing, anytime you unmute is from that speaker, we're hearing. Okay, no problem. Yes, sir.
So we're not going to have many speakers today. That's right. So we can manage it.
Yeah.
So I can just go to. So that's why I found my TV accessing. So we can manage. So if you don't say anything, they go to where?
To the auditorium.
Like set up. This is good.
Yeah.
Nice to you. How is your studio guy?
So
there's a studio. So it's a combination of real and virtual.
Like it's an hybrid.
I'm a video.
No problem, sir.
Àwọn tó máa ń bá mi ṣiṣẹ́ wọn lè wá. But I need to set up. But this is a good setup. I love this setup. Really said it as well. So, especially. Because it will be very boring. I can surely watch it.
Is it when you place anything for anything the house will do from the laptop? Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Are you playing anything the house will do from the laptop?
I don't have any audio. I don't have any audio. Everyone audio. I don't. This laptop doesn't have one. I don't have music there.
What is it that you want to do? How did you use that? Shall we remove him? Shall we remove him?
Oh, what is it now? Wait, let me see what on.
This is to officially thank the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Madam Mustafa Babashau. Thank you very much, sir. We can see that you're very at the platform. And to all our speakers, our participants who have already come in, we want to welcome you and thank you. We hope to commence proceedings at 10. And we hope that those who are also waiting in the corridor should be able to join us in. Thank you very much. We want to welcome you to the Abuja International Housing Show 2020. Our theme for this year is housing finance and livable cities. Of course, you agree with me that we need houses and cities to be livable. And beyond now, we're making preparations for 2020 and beyond. I want to once again say welcome and thank you for coming up to be a part of this. In a few minutes, we'll commence. I want to say thank you once again and officially welcome.
Okay.
She was the one that did the 3D, right?
I'm currently, yeah. I'll get back to you. I'm joining the conference and the session.
Okay.
Yesterday, how cities fund play a key role in the overall target of Nigeria.
Because it's going to be is also part of this process to be headed by the institution. It's going to be managed by the company. Then what we believe is going to if you consider the kind of environment we are having with the place ADDC today.
Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing, Engineer Mohamed Ali, thank you very much for joining us. Your Excellencies, the Presidents of the national body, participants and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being a part of what we're doing. We are about to start, and the first item on the program, of course, will be the national anthem to jumpstart the processes, and then eventually we'll take a few speeches to just formalize this beginning before we go straight into the discussions and the presentations proper. To begin, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking the national anthem, the Nigerian national anthem, particularly for those of our friends who are joining us from outside Nigeria and other parts of the world. We will take the Nigerian national anthem right about now. Thank you very much. I can see some of us activities too, and that's an appreciation to what we represent as Nigeria. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, distinguished personalities here present, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, the Chairman also the House of Representatives Committee on Housing. We will begin by taking our opening address. The welcome address today will be delivered by the one who started to envision this many years ago, started the International Housing Show. And even this year, when the world is challenged by the pain of the coronavirus, they said it is not possible for this housing show not to hold because of the pain and the need for housing in the world over, not just for housing, but for livable cities. He has decided that this must hold, and hence we're having the first Africa virtual conference and exhibition. And I think we'll hear from him on the things going forward as we begin to strategize for housing with innovations for 2020 and beyond. I therefore want to welcome for his opening remarks, Barrister Festus Adewale.
Yes. Morning, how are you? Okay, did you join this thing? Okay. Go ahead with that. It looks like they're not hearing me. I've joined. Yes, I used the link. Yes, okay, yes, I'm hearing them.
It is our 14th edition. This year's show was like what are the voice? It is the first time we are convening the virtual the circumstances presented by COVID-19 changing the world. This year, a lot of international events and conferences The choice for many banks was to hire under the pressure of fees over price, or think of innovative ways to keep the best and most credible brands in the market. The most I can reach is for us to seize the entire global opportunity in digital presenters to have network, hesitate, and advance their photographs in the data. I welcome you all once again and encourage you to have a good time.
Thank you very much. That was the welcome address by the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Abuja International Housing Show. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a few goodwill messages, particularly coming from presidents of official bodies. And then afterwards, we will hear from the Honorable Minister's keynote message to help us formally open proceedings. To deliver the first goodwill message is the President of the Association of Housing Corporation of Nigeria. I want to welcome, I'm sure our technical team will be able to unmute his mic so he can speak from there. Dr. Victor Onubu, you're welcome, sir.
Your Excellencies, the Honorable Ministers, all other protocols observed. The organizer and the managing director of FESADEB, it is my great pleasure and my delight to present a goodwill message. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
we can.
It is my great delight to present a goodwill message at this opening ceremony of the 14th Abuja International Housing Show, the visual edition with the theme Housing Finance and Livable Cities. Innovations for 2020 and beyond. There is no doubt the fact that this August event is another giant stride by FESADEB management in its effort to ensure sustainable development for the housing sector. We commend the tenacity of the Managing Director of FESADEB, Mr. Festus Adebayo, and his great team for their unalloyed commitment to stage this event despite the current global pandemic and all odds in the business environment and challenging economic climate, which affected every facet of government and governance and mankind. We salute your organization's courage and bold decisions to bring desired development to our housing sector for the growth of our economy. It is our candid opinion that this kind of event will assist greatly in helping our dear nation to resolve the problem of housing development and proffer sustainable, innovative, and enduring housing finance system that will create better livable cities for our people. For us as an association, we are committed to bringing back the old trade of affordable mass housing provision, and we are best positioned to implement the current policy direction of developing 300,000 housing units proposed by the federal government. With undesirable effect and negative impact of COVID-19, we are concentrating on one critical and neglected area of the sector, which is rental housing, to take care of those who are unable to afford outright purchase. This, we believe, will help to reduce the impact of homelessness in our nation. Instead of usurping the statutory responsibilities of these state housing agencies by the federal and state ministries, which is purely an unnecessary duplication of efforts that will result in distractions, needless rivalries, unfair competition, and shared wastages and repetition of efforts and resources. We are soliciting for the support of federal and all state government to assist these housing agencies and corporations to collaborate with the association in all states of the federation to achieve this lofty objective. On behalf of the Association of Housing Corporation of Nigeria, I rejoice once again with FESADEB, the organizers of Abuja International Housing Show, and I congratulate every participant of this event. There is no doubt that this year's event will herald a new lease of life to every business. I wish you all happy deliberations, exhibition, and business interactions. Thank you and God bless.
To the Nigerian Institute of Tax Planners. And we have eZ-Xpo who's there with us, and of course, he's ready to speak to us. You're welcome, sir. The President of the Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, eZ-Xpo, is set. Thank you very much, sir. As soon as you are able to unmute your mic, I'm sure you will be ready and go straight to your address. Thank you very much. The MC also joining us, the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Madam Mustafa Bashawu. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you for coming through. And the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing, Engineer Abubakar G. Ali. Thank you also, sir, for being a part of this.
Hello, good morning. Are you asking me to speak?
Yes, yes, sir. While we are experiencing certain technical issues, we appreciate the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you very much, sir. That's talking about we thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you sincerely for coming through. We know you have a busy schedule. It will be an honor to hear you speak now, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, it's my turn now to speak, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, all. The coordinator, Mr. Festus Adebayo, the Shelter Afrique, a local international youth association, and a distinguished Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, who I understand is also on this platform. Babatunde Raji Fashola, and ladies and gentlemen, I didn't need to stand on the existing protocol. I am delighted to participate in this very significant international competition organized by my very good friend, Mr. Festus Adebayo, in conjunction with Shelter Afrique, with the carefully selected team, Housing, Finance, and Livable City Innovation for 2020 and beyond. The team is apt and directly borders on the mandate of our ministry, Federal Ministry of Works and Housing. The combination of Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari, has development aimed at getting 10 million jobs annually for Nigerians is reflected in the ministry's housing and urban development programs. From the inception of the Next Level agenda in 2020, the ministry has continued to align programs towards meeting the aspiration of Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari's development. The deliverables of the Ministry in Housing and Urban Development include: 1, collaborate with research institutions and the public sector to build quality houses for Nigerians at lowest possible cost. Construct at least 200 houses by establishing modular construction facilities across the country. 3, collaborate with private large number of well-paying jobs for Nigerian youths. And 4, implement a strategy towards the realization of Mr. President's June 12th promise to take 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in the next 10 years. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to commend the organizers for finding new ways through the virtual platform to ensuring that the trajectory of developing the housing sector is on course, despite the COVID-19 pandemic that has led the world to adopting new norms in all facets of life. This is commendable. The ministry is concerned about the several figures on Nigerians' housing deficit, ranging from 17 to 20.
Able to get across.
Government has also completed over 1,000 housing units across the country through the first phase of the National Housing Program and over 1,000 housing units at various levels of completion under the second phase of the National Housing Program. In addition, the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria and the Federal Housing Authority are also increasing the housing stock to Nigerians through several programs designed to achieve the 200,000 housing units per annum target of government. The foregoing multifaceted approach to housing delivery encompasses rent-to-own, mortgage, finance, ownership, site and services schemes, urban renewal, slum upgrade programs, public-private partnership, estate development, and so on. May I, at this juncture, add that the need to look beyond the public budgetary provisions in the delivery of affordable houses to the teeming Nigerian populace is quite imperative, since government alone cannot provide all the funds required to meet the said deliverables. Accordingly, the ministry is willing to partner with credible private sector developers toward actualizing government aspirations on housing development in the country. As you may be aware, the federal government, through the Economic Sustainability Plan, has selected housing delivery as one of the focal programs to create more job opportunities to Nigerians in order to deal with the challenges of poverty exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic on the global economy. I therefore call on participants of this 14th Abuja International Housing Conference and Exhibition to key into the federal government's policy direction towards providing a veritable platform capable of networking and mobilizing housing finance in developing livable cities for Nigerians now and beyond. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you for that message. And that's very reassuring to Nigerians, what you're doing. And we thank you very much for sharing with us on this international platform. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have, for clarity sake, that was the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing, Engineer Abubakar D. Aliyu, delivering a keynote address for us today at the Abuja International Housing Show 2020. For this year, to remind us is housing finance and livable cities, innovation for 2020 and beyond, reminding us the government's commitment to housing. And a few weeks ago, he also reminded us about order number 5, signed into law by the president, saying its focus is on local content, and the Federal Executive Council is really committed to ensuring that Nigerians help to build Nigerian roads, help to build Nigerian houses, and make Nigeria livable for Nigerians. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Next, we will want to quickly take the address by the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Rural Development. He's been here, one of those early people. He's the only minister I think who did not go on break, because even throughout the period of COVID-19, he was making sure that Nigerians get fertilizer, Nigerians get food produce, Nigerians get what they need to live on to survive. We have him here and we'll take his address next. Madam Mustafa Baba Shawuri is up next. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. The Chairman, Senate Committee on Housing, His Excellency Senator Sam Ewu, Chairman, House Committee on Housing, Mr. Dawaki, distinguished honorable members of the National Assembly, the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, His Excellency Baba Tunde Rajapashola, the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing, Engineer Abubakar Aliyu, State Commissioners of Housing, President of the various professional bodies on housing, invited guests, participants, and exhibitors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am particularly delighted to be part of this year's Abuja International Housing Show. I consider it a rewarding experience to share a few thoughts of mine in what is the first virtual edition of the show, which has been running for 14 years now. It is a well-known fact that COVID-19 has in no small measure created some level of disruption in the way we do things over the years. But the organizers of Abuja International Housing Show, the show must go on. I applaud their innovatives and ability to constantly unite important stakeholders offline and online. One can easily concede that a time like this, when our world is facing unprecedented challenges, when stakeholders even need to dialogue more, the medium of interaction may have changed, but the message is the same. We must always come together to share ideas, plan, and execute. It is the only way we can make progress happen. Therefore, I must commend the organizers for figuring out a way to make this happen. This is a testament to their great and unrelenting ambition to improve the society at large. For all they have done over the years in the area of advocacy in the housing sector, I must say that Abuja International Housing Show deserves all the support it is getting. The result of their determination is evident enough. The impact of COVID-19 on the economy all over the world, new ideas are emerging on how to revamp the economy. And our country should not be left behind in that much needed duty. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the reasons that informed my decision to participate in this year's housing show. In the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, we have always acknowledged the need for a link between agriculture and housing. It is our desire to work with housing stakeholders in that regard. While the link between agriculture and housing predates modern society, it is even more important today. One of the greatest solutions to rural-urban migration is the ability to establish a strong link between agriculture and housing. A properly developed agricultural system, like we are driven to do, will be an incentive for many to live close to where they farm. The administration of President Muhammadu Buhari is very committed to giving agriculture the priority it deserves. This commitment has backed a lot of policies and programs that are already making significant differences. With our already operational agricultural funding schemes, the disbursement of high-value seeds and farming implements, we are increasing the productivity of farmers in their various communities. With our projection, it is envisaged that farmers should be entitled to the opportunity of owning a home through their farming activities executed around the proposed agricultural industrial parks, greenhouses, and stable crop processing zones. The yield from their farms, which are sold to off-takers, guarantees them adequate security to demand for a housing loan or mortgage. This is where we need a strong partnership between the housing and agricultural sector. By providing our farmers across the country with affordable housing, we will have succeeded in creating a great incentive in agriculture, which will pull in more youth and investment to both agriculture and housing. This unlocks a lot of economic opportunities. It will not only improve our GDP rating, but reduce unemployment and rural-urban migration. In that regard, I urge you all to join us in thinking along this line. It is our responsibility to make a difference. And Abuja International Housing Show has presented us the opportunity to do so. Let us seize it. Thank you for listening and have a wonderful housing show. Thank you very much.
we also thank you for providing us those information. We quickly will move on to goodwill messages, and forgive us for technical reasons, we have to come and take ministers quickly. We hope that the ministers will remain to hear also messages coming from key stakeholders and presidents of professional bodies working in the field. The information they provide for each team will help as we make progress. I understand that the Minister of State Force and Housing will agree to stay with us, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture. We need you to listen, because whatever they share with you now will help us to make decisions going forward. Remember, we're talking about innovations for 2020. Next, we want to welcome the President of the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Mr. Ademi Akinlusi, with us. So you have the floor. Good morning.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed.
As soon as your mic is unmuted, we will hear you from here.
Okay.
Sure, mute himself. So can you unmute your mic? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, can you hear me now? Good morning.
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, thank you very much. All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you good tidings from Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, the umbrella body of mortgage banks and mortgage brokers in the country. And I wish to commend the organizers of this program, particularly knowing fully well that this year is no year like any other in the history of all men. And of course, the decision to go ahead with this program in its 14th year virtually is also very commendable. Earlier on, during the lockdown period, we must also recognize the on-time efforts of the organizers of this program to engage all housing sector professionals and stakeholders on housing issues, and in fact sensitize all Nigerians and all lovers of housing in terms of what needs to be rejigged in housing. During the period of the lockdown, they were quite notable that this period was optimized to bring to home the need for us to house Nigerians, and of course, provide an opportunity to reset housing in Nigeria and turn, as we said then, the housing lemonade into housing lemon lemonade. All the issues then must be addressed. I therefore commend them for being able to go ahead with this. This is innovative. This virtual program where we can still go ahead with this program is very commendable. And we, the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria and all our members are quite committed working with these organizers and other stakeholders to ensure that we achieve the objective of reducing the housing deficit in Nigeria, working with all stakeholders to increase also the contribution of housing to the GDP, so that in the period like this, Nigerians who have to stay at home to work will have decent housing, a house where they have water to wash their hands, there is light, there is data, and they can work and still come and still engage in economic activities. Once again, we felicitate with all the organizers and all the participants and wish everybody a successful program. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this engagement. Once again, Mr. Festus Adebayo, congratulations on going ahead with this program despite all the challenges, and we are happy to be part of this. Thank you once again.
very much. We appreciate you, President of the Mortgage Banking Association of Nigeria, Adeni Akinlusi. We will quickly go ahead to do the formal opening because also to inform you that we have exhibitors. Even though it's a virtual space, we have exhibitors who also have their stands. And if you log in, we encourage everyone to be able to go from the theater to be able to see the exhibition stands. And they are all, you can make interactions, you can chat with the exhibitors, you can do video conferencing and all of that. It's an innovative platform that we have here, championing it for Africa from Nigeria, and we hope everyone will benefit. The next item on the program is the declaration of the AIHS 2020 Open, and afterwards we'll be able to go to see the exhibitions. The virtual exhibition will begin, and you can interact with those who already have their stands open, waiting for you to come in. And it's my honor at this point to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing, Engineer Abubakar Aliyu, to formally declare this program open. Your Excellency, sir. Your Excellency, sir, if you unmute your mic, we'll be able to hear you when you speak.
Can you say it again?
Your Excellency, sir, we're waiting. If you unmute your mic from your end, we have done what we can from here. It's at the bottom right of your device. You'll be able to unmute and we'll hear you from here. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State, Works and Housing Engineer Abubakar Aliyu will now formally help us with the declaration to help declare open the AIHS 2020. Your Excellency, you will help us do the honors of performing that function. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wasn't getting you loud and clear. It seems you want me to declare the function open. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is the task? What is the task? What are you asking me to do?
We want you to just formally declare open the Abuja International Housing Show 2020 so we can proceed to see.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the Abuja Housing Show 2020 open. And may God bless all the things that are going to be done in this 2020 Abuja Housing Show. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of State for Ministry of Works and Housing, Engineer Abubakar Aliyu. Thank you, sir. We hope that you'll also find time to visit the exhibitions in each virtual space, and we have exhibitors already waiting to see you.
Well, I will be on up to maybe 5 minutes to 11. I have to prepare for another Honorable Minister of Works and Housing. Yeah. I'll be on up to 11 o'clock, 5 minutes to 11 precisely, then I will leave you. My apologies, please. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We are honored to have you, sir. Thank you very much. You know, every time you're always there for us. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you
very much.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, remember, we have a virtual exhibition and it begins right away. You can also take time to look through, go to the exhibition stands. You click on any of them and begin your interaction. You can just go through, take a walk through to see. Remember, we also have discussions coming up later. We have talking about catalysts as housing for economic development, and we'll have Architect Akimumi who will be moderating that sessions. Our speakers will include Ian Shapiro, who is the CEO of Real United Kingdom. We also hopefully will be having discussions around housing as a catalyst for economic development strategies for delivery of federal government's 300,000 housing construction target. That discussion will also take place today. We also want to encourage you to join us tomorrow as we take discussions around impact through housing investment. We won't want to miss also discussions coming tomorrow. We have all of that coming, and we'll be taking all these messages as we go on. To be able to join us, you should be able to go to our website. The website to visit is expo.net.AIHS. expo.net./ALHS. expo.net/AIHS. If you go to our website, this takes you directly to the point where all we are doing, and you can follow proceedings. You can see everything that we're doing here and be a part of it. Exhibitions will begin. At this point, we will get ready for the national anthem. Afterwards, we'll take a 30 minutes break, and then we'll be back for the presentations to commence. Remember, our first speaker for today is housing as catalyst for economic development, and that will be our first discussion for today. We'll be having speakers, we'll be having also opportunity for you to network with sponsors and to hear from those who are behind this. But we'll take a 30 minutes break now. Remember the website, the visitors, and the visit our website so we can do this all together. expo.net/AIHS 2020. Let's do this together. For those who are still here, while we get ready for the break, this is officially saying we are taking a break away from the opening ceremony. So we'll take the national anthem to formally end the opening ceremony. When we come back in 30 minutes time, it will be time to take our presentations, discussions, questions, and answers. Thank you very much. My name is Benjamin Obiuri. We'll take the national anthem to honor Nigeria. Thank you very much. We'll take a break now. In 30 minutes, we'll all be back to take our first speaker for today. Remember, it's housing as catalyst for economic development. Very important persons will be joining us. You can also take time to visit the exhibition stands. They are on our virtual space. Visit our website, and we will thank you very much. See you in 30 minutes.
Okay, I want to take a few minutes to walk through the virtual expo platform. What you're looking at here is the exhibit hall, and the top you can actually select any of these trade show floor to go to any of these companies and chat with the people there, with the exhibitor there. So I could select the, let's say, housing finance. It will only show all the company in that categories. So, and then you go back to the home page. So let's say I go to the booth here. You just click on any of these booths and you can actually chat with anyone there. Here's a chat right there. So it's quite simple. So you can actually go to any of these booths and actually chat with anyone inside the exhibitor booth. And if you go back and just go to the top and have a great virtual expo. And also there's a networking lounge here. This is where you can actually chat with, meet with anyone there as well. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Are we done? Hello? Hello? You can walk through more detailed information. Just make sure your audio is on right now. Yeah. Oh.
Is it the first time?
The choice of many events might fall under the pressure of this COVID crisis. But think of innovative ways to keep the show going. For us, at Abuja International Housing Show, we choose the latter. AIHS is not just a conference and exhibition. It is also an innovation hub. COVID-19 has led us to a new way of doing things, and we have embraced the technologies and opportunities to adapt, improve, and overcome. We are now in collaboration with eZ-Xpo, the world-leading virtual technology company. So I believe that it is a great opportunity for our stakeholders, partners, and exhibitors to be on this platform for up to 1 year, carrying out as much profitable businesses as possible. Whether we are convening physically or virtually, AIHS remains AIHS. The unique responsibility shouldered by this show never changes. We appreciate our local and international speakers as you do justice to the themes and sub-themes of this event. We are confident in your ability to help us address the problem that make affordable housing simply impossible. I encourage you to freely exhibit your expertise and rest assured that there will be so many waiting to learn from you. I thank my team for their motivation and relentless work to make this happen. I deeply thank our sponsors. We continuously appreciate you for supporting this initiative. You remain the best and most credible brands in Africa. The most I can wish for is for all of us to seize the entire body of opportunities these shows present us to learn, network, help, and advance the affordable housing agenda. I welcome you all once again and encourage you to have a good time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to respectively welcome you all to the 14th Abuja International Housing Show. You couldn't have kept this dream running without your dependable support and participation. It gives me so much joy to know that you care a lot about the advancement of housing in Nigeria and Africa. It is our 14th edition, but this year's show is like none other before it. It is the first time we are convening a virtual AIHS. The circumstances presented by COVID-19 has provoked a lot of change in the world. This year, a lot of international events and conferences were either cancelled, rescheduled, or moved entirely online. As never witnessed before, United Nations Security Council, the G20 Summit, World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, IMF, and other high-level meetings were held virtually. The choice for many events was to either fall under the pressure of this COVID crisis or think of innovative ways to keep the show going. For us, at Abuja International Housing Show, we choose the latter. AIHS is not just a conference and exhibition. It is also an innovation hub. COVID-19 has led us to a new way of doing things, and we have embraced the technologies and opportunities to adapt, improve, and overcome. We are now in collaboration with eZ-Xpo, the world-leading virtual technology company. So I believe that it is a great opportunity for our stakeholders, partners, and exhibitors to be on this platform for up to 1 year, carrying out as much profitable businesses as possible. Whether we are convening physically or virtually, AIHS remains AIHS. The unique responsibility shouldered by this show never changes. We appreciate our local and international speakers as you do justice to the teams and sub-teams of this event. We are confident in your ability to help us address the problem that make affordable housing simply impossible. I encourage you to freely exhibit your expertise and rest assured that there will be so many waiting to learn from you. I thank my team for their motivation and relentless work to make this happen. I deeply thank our sponsors. We continuously appreciate you for supporting this initiative. You remain the best and most credible brands in Africa. The most I can wish for is for all of us to seize the entire body of opportunities these shows present us to learn, network, exhibit, and advance the affordable housing agenda. I welcome you all once again and encourage you to have a good time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to respectively welcome you all to the 14th Abuja International Housing Show. You couldn't have kept this dream running without your dependable support and participation. It gives me so much joy to know that you care a lot about the advancement of housing in Nigeria and Africa. It is our 14th edition, but this year's show is like none other before it. It is the first time we are convening a virtual AIHS. The circumstances presented by COVID-19 has provoked a lot of change in the world. This year, a lot of international events and conferences were either cancelled, rescheduled, or moved entirely online. As never witnessed before, United Nations Security Council, the G20 Summit, World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, IMF, and other high-level meetings were held virtually. The choice for many events was to either fall under the pressure of this COVID crisis or think of innovative ways to keep the show going. For us, at Abuja International Housing Show, we chose the latter. AIHS is not just a conference and exhibition. It is also an innovation hub. COVID-19 has led us to a new way of doing things, and we have embraced the technologies and opportunities to adapt, improve, and overcome. We are now in collaboration with eZ-Xpo, the world leading virtual technology company. So I believe that it is a great opportunity for our stakeholders, partners, and exhibitors to be on this platform for up to 1 year, carrying out as much profitable businesses as possible. Whether we are convening physically or virtually, AIHS remains AIHS. The unique responsibility shouldered by this show never changes. We appreciate our local and international speakers as you do justice to the teams and sub-teams of this event. We are confident in your ability to help us address the problem that make affordable housing simply impossible. I encourage you to freely exhibit your expertise and rest assured that there will be so many waiting to learn from you. I thank my team for their motivation and relentless work to make this happen. I deeply thank our sponsors. We continuously appreciate you for supporting this initiative. You remain the best and most credible brands in Africa. The most I can wish for is for all of us to seize the entire body of opportunities these shows present us to learn, network, exhibit, and advance the affordable housing agenda. I welcome you all once again and encourage you to have a good time.
Everything we are talking please, that's my phone. That's why they find all the time. We start another session. It's supposed to be something.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to respectively welcome you all to the 14th Abuja International Housing Show. You couldn't have kept this dream running without your dependable support and participation. It gives me so much joy to know that you care a lot about the advancement of housing in Nigeria and Africa. It is our 14th edition, but this year's show is like none other before it. It is the first time we are convening a virtual AIHS. The circumstances presented by COVID-19 has provoked a lot of change in the world. This year, a lot of international events and conferences were either cancelled, rescheduled, or moved entirely online. As never witnessed before, United Nations Security Council, the G20 Summit, World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, IMF, and other high-level meetings were held virtually. The choice for many events were to either fall under the pressure of this COVID crisis or think of innovative ways to keep the show going. For us, at Abuja International Housing Show, we choose the latter. AIHS is not just a conference and exhibition. It's also an innovation hub. COVID-19 has led us to a new way of doing things, and we have embraced the technologies and opportunities to improve and overcome. We are now in collaboration with eZ-Xpo, the world leading virtual technology company. So I believe that it is a great opportunity for our stakeholders, partners, and exhibitors to be on this platform for up to 1 year, carrying out as much profitable businesses as possible. Whether we are convening physically or virtually, AIHS remains AIHS. The unique responsibility shouldered by this show never changes. We appreciate our local and international speakers as you do justice to the themes and sub-themes of this event. We are confident in your ability to help us address the problem that make affordable housing simply impossible. I encourage you to freely exhibit your expertise and rest assured that there will be so many waiting to learn from you. I thank my team for their motivation and relentless work to make this happen. I deeply thank our sponsors. We continuously appreciate you for supporting this initiative. You remain the best and most credible brands in Africa. The most I can wish for is for all of us to seize the entire body of opportunities these shows present us to learn, network, exhibit, and advance the affordable housing agenda. I welcome you all once again and encourage you to have a good time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to respectively welcome you all to the 14th Abuja International Housing Show. You couldn't have kept this dream running without your dependable support and participation. It gives me so much joy to know that you care a lot about the advancement of housing in Nigeria and Africa. It is our 14th edition, but this year's show is like none other before it. It is the first time we are convening a virtual AIHS. The circumstances presented by COVID-19 has provoked a lot of change in the world. This year, a lot of international events and conferences were either cancelled, rescheduled, or moved entirely online, as never witnessed before. United Nations Security Council, the G20 Summit, World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, IMF, and other high-level meetings were held virtually. The choice for many events was to either fall under the pressure of this COVID crisis or think of innovative ways to keep the show going. For us, at Abuja International Housing Show, we chose the latter. AIHS is not just a conference and exhibition. It's also an innovation hub. COVID-19 has led us to a new way of doing things, and we have embraced the technologies and opportunities to adapt, improve, and overcome. We are now in collaboration with eZ-Xpo, the world-leading virtual technology company. So I believe that it is a great opportunity for our stakeholders, partners, and exhibitors to be on this platform for up to 1 year, carrying out as much profitable businesses as possible. Whether we are convening physically or virtually, AIHS remains AIHS. The unique responsibility shouldered by the issue never changes. We appreciate our local and international speakers as you do justice to the teams and sub-teams of this event. We are confident in your ability to help us address the problem that make affordable housing simply impossible. I encourage you to freely exhibit your expertise and rest assured that there will be so many waiting to learn from you. I thank my team for their motivation and relentless work to make this happen. I deeply thank our sponsors. We continuously appreciate you for supporting this initiative. You remain the best and most credible PAMs in Africa. The most I can wish for is for all of us to seize the entire body of opportunities these shows present us to learn, network, exhibit, and advance the affordable housing agenda. I welcome you all once again and encourage you to have a good time.
screen share this. Let's screen share.
Quick start guide for exhibitors of the Digital Abuja International Housing Show 2020. To participate as an exhibitor, register now on www.eZ-Xpo.net/AIHS2020. Exhibitors are expected to sign in with their login details, which they would receive from the organizers of AIHS via eZ-Xpo. It will Quick start guide for exhibitors of the Digital Abuja International Housing Show 2020. To participate as an exhibitor, register now on www.eZpo.net/AIHS2020. Exhibitors are expected to sign in with their login details, which they would receive from the organizers of AIHS via eZ-Xpo. It will contain the following: link to the Expo, username, and password. This takes you to a back end or dashboard. Here, you find Setup Boost label. On this menu, you can add a private label, either to the right column position or to the left column position. You can also add more social media handles or edit previously added handles. You can also embed a Zoom link in a private label or edit your website, email, amongst others. On the Setup Boost label menu, you can also put in any workable URL depending on the action to be taken. It could be a Zoom URL, a website, or an e-commerce portal. Click on Manage Boost. At the bottom right corner, you would find Go to Boost. This is where you can add company logo, pictures, videos, content, create a discussion, private or group chat, announcement, and quiz. Select Upload to upload a theme. You can also change the theme if you desire. Remember to click Update after effecting a change. To reply messages coming into your booth, go to Exhibition Hall, and this directs you to your booth, where you can reply several messages from attendees world over. Digital AIHS, which holds from 21st to 24th of July 2020, has astute and credible sponsors, some of which are African Union for Housing Finance, Brains and Hammers, Copan Group, Eximia Realty Company Limited, Family Homes Funds, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, Vesadeb Communication Limited, Earth Point Modern Shelter, Modern Shelter Systems and Service Limited, Net Construct Nigeria Limited, Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company, Octo5 Holdings Limited, Platinum Mortgage Bank Limited, Oil Ceramics Limited, Shelter Afrique, Urban Shelter Limited. Digital AIHS 2020 promises to be the game changer for exhibitors and sponsors across the globe.
Do so.
Quick start guide for exhibitors of
So let me say welcome back to our participants, our speakers, the International Housing Show 20, Housing Finance and Livable Cities, Innovation for 2020 and beyond. We're focusing, moving after the opening ceremony. We are moving into our first discussion panel. And our focus of this panel will be housing as a catalyst for economic development. And we expect that as we move on, if you want to share these thoughts with other people, once you sign into our website, our website is eZ-Xpo, eZ-Xpo.net at AIHS 2020, eZ-Xpo.net/AIHS 2020. Once you do that, if you want to, you go directly to the auditorium to be part of these discussions. But if you want to also watch live, you click on D1 and watch live for those who are actually joining us for the first time. Probably if you know you will be part of it during the opening ceremony, you need to do this. You can, at some point when we take breaks, also go to the exhibition booths, and you can click on any of the exhibitors that you want to speak to. They will also be able to respond to you. You can chat, and private chat and video chat, and drop messages. They are all there, waiting to respond to you. Our next discussion will be ongoing in a few minutes. And to jumpstart that, I'll introduce the moderator, and the moderator will in turn introduce members of our panel, and she'll take it over from there. And we hope at the end of it, you'll be able to take questions and answers, and I'll be back to take the next session. Our moderator today is one who has worked for very many years, about 20 years in the industry, experience span, cuts across many companies, in top management positions. And in some companies, she was not only a member, but founding member, helping to set up some of those companies. She's a former special advisor, housing development, and she was a general manager of Ogun State Housing Corporation. She's she was a former general manager of Ogun State Housing Corporation. She is currently the managing director and co-founder of Alethea Capital, and she'll be helping us to moderate this session. You're welcome. She is well known in the industry, and once you see her, you know that when you talk housing and not mention her name, the story of housing in Nigeria is not complete. Let's welcome architect Jumoke Akewumi. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
If you unmute your mic, we'll be able to hear you.
I am unmuted. Thank you very much, the organizers of the Abuja International Housing Show. Thank you for showing us another way to do things. This is the way that the new world is going. It's an honor and a privilege to be a participant and a party to this wonderful initiative. And I look forward to an engaging session with a wonderful team of panelists. I was trying to work out how many expertise I'll be working with for the next couple of hours, and I stopped at about 160, 170 years combined. So this should be a very interesting session, and it is now my responsibility to introduce the panelists. The way I've chosen to do it so that we can kickstart very quickly is to have each of the panelists do an opening, and just before they speak, I will make their introductions. The theme for this panel is housing as a catalyst for economic development. How appropriate is this? And I start by giving a very brief background as I look at the time. A study that was conducted many years ago, as far back as 1969, evaluated the development agendas of many emerging countries, 40 to be more specific. And Nigeria was singled out, especially in the area of housing and how housing and other sectors of the economy were addressed in the development plan. As a matter of fact, the key point there was that Nigeria's development plan was able to set firm outputs for targets around sectors such as agriculture, even infrastructure development, but that those targets actually eluded housing. I mean, housing was treated as a social overhead. And it wasn't peculiar to Nigeria. This was something that happened across many of the developing countries under study. The report specifically says that Nigeria was not, investors were not told how, when, and why investment in housing was critical. Fortunately for us, we've come a long way from this. And today we have a housing policy and a housing agenda with a framework that seems to suggest that we understand the role of housing as a catalyst for economic development. Now, the practicality of this is subject to another discussion, and we'll be talking about that in this session today. The first speaker who would be sharing a presentation with us is Keisha Ross. Keisha is the Executive Director and founder of the Center for Affordable Housing Finance in Africa. She's clearly an advocate of housing policy and has had a wide range of public and private sector experiences. Keisha will be setting the scene and sharing some research-based thoughts, which is really critical to our next steps about how investment in housing should be reassessed within the context and framework of economic development. Keisha, the floor is yours, and you've got 10 minutes to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jumoke. It's so lovely to be here with you and with all the other panelists. And thank you so much to the Abuja International Housing Show for bringing us together, even in these circumstances. It's so nice to see familiar faces and friends again. And it's been a little bit lonely, I think, for all of us in our homes and unable to connect. So this is a lovely initiative. I'm going to share my screen can someone allow me to share my screen? So that I can, it still says that my screen sharing is disabled. Is there someone that can allow me to share the screen? What should I do here? There we go. Okay, I think it allows now. There we are. Thank you very much. There we are, and I'll put it on there. Can everybody see that now? It's coming.
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it. Good. Excellent. Thank you for the confirmation. So what I would like to talk to today is this question of housing investment as a strategy for economic growth. And quite critically within that, it's something that's on the top of our minds right now because of this pandemic that we're in the middle of and the impact that that's having on households and on businesses and on governments. And I'm drawing on work that has been done recently and released. It's available on our website, a study into the housing economic value chain for Nigeria. We are very grateful for the assistance of the Nigeria Mortgage Refinance Company in working with us to access the data necessary for the study. And we're quite keen to then take a look, now that the study is in the public domain, how do we take some of the recommendations forward? But let's just start. Here we go. What the study was looking at, it was looking at the impact of housing on the economy in Nigeria. We've been playing with this idea for some time, and I think some colleagues who've been at the Abuja show previously would have heard us speaking about it. It was a bit of a complicated exercise, but what we did was looking at national level data collected by the central bank, economic data, so all of the input data that goes into the GDP figures. The question we were asking was, can we isolate from within that what is the particular contribution that residential construction and residential rental have on the Nigerian economy? And we wanted to understand that both in terms of the percentage contribution to GDP, as well as the impact on job creation. So I hope you can see my mouse here. But the way this model works is this is an economic value chain model that you could look at in terms of any industry. And it starts here with the, where has my mouse gone? It starts with, on the far left-hand side, we have our primary sectors, so that's raw materials, secondary sectors, which would be manufactured goods, and tertiary sectors, the services sector of the economy, all of those together contributing to create what we call intermediate inputs. And those intermediate inputs are it's the stuff that goes into making the house. Then on top of that, we have the gross value added, which takes indirect taxes and subsidies, the gross operating surplus of the companies, and then labor remuneration. So this is where labor sits. And that comes into this section here. And if you add those together, you get domestic production. We're looking here at, this is a calculation of the estimated economic value for housing construction in 2018. The domestic production then equals domestic supply and demand. And when we looked at that, so when we thought about on the far left here, all of this, the sand and the wood and the steel that then becomes roof trusses and tiles and sanitary ware, that is then put together by architects and quantity surveyors and engineers. All of that then comes together to create your intermediate inputs. Then you have your construction sector, the laborers who are building the houses. So they use these ingredients, they build the houses. Pardon me, back one. And that creates the domestic production. And if we look at that for the construction sector in 2018, we saw that intermediate inputs was 1.4% of GDP. The gross value added was another 1.9% of GDP. So the housing construction sector contributed 3.2% to GDP in 2018. Now, when we think about that in terms of job creation, that's a bit more difficult to identify and to calculate. But we estimated that about 651,000 work opportunities in Q3 of 2017. But if you add to that, that's formal. If you add self-employed construction as well as unpaid household workers, we could estimate just under 1.2 million people across Nigeria being employed in the construction sector. And think about that, that's at the scale that it was producing in 2018. We are here together because we know that that scale is insufficient. So this is a sector that needs to grow. And given what we've already done, this is what it's achieving. So as it grows, those numbers would increase. If we look at the rental sector, rental, of course, the unit is already built and then it's rented on an annual basis. So rental has a longer term impact. And here you look at primary, secondary, and tertiary sector inputs to create the intermediate inputs, then the gross value added, 1.2% of GDP for intermediate, 2.7% of GDP for gross value added. So a total contribution of just under 4% to the Nigerian economy. And if we add that to before, that's almost 6% contribution of the housing sector to the national economy. We found it very difficult to calculate jobs in this sector, which is unfortunate because in 2019, more Nigerians rented their housing than owned it. So that's an area of work that still needs to be done. But what this work has done, and there's quite a detailed report on our website, the link is right here, What this report has done is shown the substantial contribution, and then critically the potential for a much greater contribution of the housing sector to the economy if we improve the enabling environment so that housing delivery and rental can flow. So let's think very quickly about the impact of COVID-19 on housing. And we think about that in terms of two areas: the health impact. So the impact of housing on health, the risk of infection, and the constraints that households have to manage infection when they're living in inadequate housing, and then an issue of stigma that arises as well. And then the impact of the lockdowns that we've all been experiencing. So declining livelihoods, lower income, economic impacts on mental health. And if we think about those two broad categories of impact, they are themselves exacerbated by housing quality issues. There's also settlement issues that impact. And you can see here, I'm using orange to talk about the health impact of housing quality or settlement. And then the gray is talking about the lockdown impact. So residential dormitory settlements, which means that people are far away from places of work. So they have limited access to their livelihoods, limited access to food, and also to healthcare. Then household livelihood issues themselves. And there, the security of tenure and title would impact on the ability of a household to realize a sustainable livelihood. And if it's difficult for households to be able to access their work, working from home becomes the next stop. I am sitting in my bedroom right now as I speak to you, which I've turned into an office because the house has become the basis from which I can now realize my livelihood. And then lastly, a whole range of economic issues. So we think about the rental income streams and the sustainability of rental businesses, the sustainability of home-based enterprises, the rising vacancies that we're seeing, the rising NPLs in the mortgage market, declining demand for mortgages in a depressed sector. And so then thinking about, well, what are the issues that households, businesses, and cities face? And those are the things around which we now need to start building our housing strategy. And they may be the health issues, but there's also financial and resilience issues that households are facing. Businesses are struggling, and that's quite critical because we have construction sectors that in many instances are also right now at the beginning of their new industries, and they're fragile, and we're relying on that capacity for the sector to grow. And then, of course, the capacity of the state to contribute, their capacity is also limited because of their reaction to the pandemic. So we need to think about issues of risk, of recovery, and resilience. And then I'd like to suggest that in many countries, the interest rate has come down. Certainly in South Africa, it came down quite dramatically. And what does that offer a new opportunity on the housing space to think about? So very quickly to conclude, to address risk, a focus on adequate housing. And here I'm highlighting, I know that Ian Shapiro is with us, and he'll talk about what we said was the cheapest house built in Africa in 2019. This is the Millard Fuller House, built just outside of Abuja, on the outskirts of Abuja. So household level risk in facing the pandemic and other emergencies like that is improved, is addressed by good housing. We want to stimulate recovery. So we want to make that housing economic value chain work. And what I showed you was the value chain for the production of the house. But of course, before that and after that are a whole lot of consequent industries that also get stimulated. I mean, most obviously, we put furniture into our houses, and we put hi-fi equipment and so on. We improve our houses over time. The house really becomes a stimulant on the economy over time. And then lastly, to ensure resilience is to pay attention to housing as an asset. There are various ways in which to do that. And we've listed some of the issues here. I realize I'm very short on time. I'm about to finish. But from a risk perspective, to ameliorate the risk of emergencies and of this pandemic, we want to stimulate investment in new housing supply, and we want to make explicit attention to market failure that's undermined access to housing for low-income earners who are particularly vulnerable in a COVID-19 context and have fewer resources to manage their risk. From a recovery perspective, housing, while we are addressing those risk issues, that in itself is a stimulus for the economy. And there we want to look at increasing the domestic supply of our primary, secondary, and tertiary sector goods through the delivery of housing, and really focusing on local production of materials. We want to stimulate functioning rental markets that will also help household mobility, which is an important resilience strategy. The delivery of affordable finance, and then focusing explicitly on the small scale supply and rental sector, because that's where more vulnerable people are operating from. And then from a resilience perspective, a really important need to address the issue of land rights, because then people can, over time, they'll be able to leverage their land right and access finance to be resilient to overcome a pandemic or an emergency in the future. We want to support the growth of home-based enterprises and small-scale landlordism, and then also climate-responsive housing.
Thank you very, very much, Keisha. You will have the opportunity to conclude as we go on. But let's get the other speakers talking. Thank you for what you said. Something I took away: risk, recovery, and resilience. And there's a whole theme around that, and we will prod that a little further as we go along. So thank you for that. Our next speaker is architect Ahmed Musa Dangiwa. He's the managing director of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. I looked up his profile, and he's described as a consummate and resilient architect with decades of real estate infrastructure development experience. He also happens to be a mortgage finance practitioner, and he's been involved in the design and delivery of a wide range of mortgage products and real estate projects in Nigeria. Architect Dangiwa will be speaking to us on the role of this apex institution in positioning housing for economic advantage, development, and long-term growth. Architect Dangiwa, it's over to you, and you have 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I find it very exciting to be here at this forum. I'm about to share the presentation. The presentation needs to be shared.
I think we need to be giving the rights.
Yeah.
Can sharing be enabled for Architect Dangiwa, please?
Yes. Will you please share my presentation? Yeah. Is it this?
Okay.
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 Yeah, while we're on the verge of sharing the thing, I think from Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, we congratulate the organizers of Abuja International Housing Show for sustaining the platform to this point and for the discussion, education, enlightenment, and advocacy of housing issues in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. We applaud the innovation brought to bear currently in making this year's edition as virtual event in response to the current challenges arising from the pandemic 19. We appreciate the strategic partnership between our organizations and the opportunities you continue to afford to us the housing show. We are sure that FMBN will continue to be a defendable partner for the development of housing sector in Nigeria. I think we're getting to that. The presentation outlined for today, I would like to share the background of the National Housing Fund scheme, because the topic for today is revitalizing the National Housing Fund scheme for impactful housing finance, affordable housing in Nigeria. So the background of the scheme, the legacy challenges and major friction areas, and then how we are addressing those challenges through innovations, and the results so far, which is our scorecard and the future of the NHF scheme. And then we'll give you some concluding thoughts about it. Yes.
All in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. I will take it as quickly as possible. Yeah. Yeah. So, as you right know that the National Housing Fund scheme, it came about as a legal framework, as a National Housing Fund scheme established, created by an Act of Parliament in Nigeria, Act number 3 of 1993. And then the purpose is to serve as a pool of long-term funds for as a solution to the poor funding structure of the Nigerian housing system. Okay, yes, thank you very much. I think the purpose is, as I said earlier, is to create the solution for the funding, poor funding. Then we have to address the issue of housing finance as a solution. NHF addresses major housing finance challenges in terms of cost and tenure of funding. The setting up of primary mortgage lending, but has evolved to provide other forms of housing finance based on customer and market needs. FMBS is empowered by the law also to collect, manage, and administer the housing fund. Contributions are refundable as you retire from service. For the resources of the NHF, there are at least four sources of funding the National Housing Fund scheme as a scheme. The first one is the workers' contribution, where they contribute 2.5% of their monthly income into Nigerian, for every Nigerian worker earning 3,000 and above per annum. It covers both the public and private sector. The second one is that of investment by commercial and merchant bank, where they invest 10% of their annual loan and advances portfolios into the fund. They are investing it in order to increase the pool. The other one is that of investment by insurance companies, where 40% of life funds and 20% of non-life funds, of which 50% of this is invested into the scheme. Then the contribution by the federal government, from time to time, federal government needs to do that. So that's the background of the scheme. The second one is what are the functions? NHF, as you quite well know, addresses housing finance on the demand side and then the market side and the supply side. It serves a wide range of purposes, from the home purchase to home construction to renovation and even to rent. So there's no side of it that has not been covered, and is the most affordable interest rate in the Nigerian finance market, where individuals are given a single-digit interest rate of 6%, 6 to 9%, and the constructions are given to 9.9 up to 10%. From the supply side, there has to be a supply side. You have to ensure that there is a good supply side before the demand side comes in effect. On the supply side, the FMBN used to give the construction loan, and the cooperative housing loan were given to cooperative societies to build their own houses for their cooperative members. And then we have the ministerial and the eZ development loan, and also we give the bankable off-taker guarantees. When the supply side is enough, then we come to the demand side, also the national mortgage loan. So with the supply side, then we go ahead and then create the supply side. Some of the legacy and some challenges we have faced, I think I can go straight to the second one, whereby the challenges are there, and then how we are able to address those challenges via innovations. One of the challenges is that the non-compliance by institutional investors, the banks and the insurance companies, which are since the creation of the fund over 28 years, this has not been complied by the two sectors. So currently what we are doing was that we presented a proposal to CBN, who are the ones to collect this investment from banks, into the pool who have not done that. So we make a proposal for CBN for consideration by Bankers Committee for the investments. The other one is the issue of issued demand letters to insurance company, which has been done earlier on already. Yes. Then we have the awareness and trust issues. There used to be some labor resistance on that contributions, and there is low awareness about the scheme currently, which people need to be taken. So what we're able to do through our innovation is we increase the NHM mobilization and sensitization. We introduce some automations, IT platform for customer relation, electronic TB programs, where we used to have now a weekly TB program in order to sensitize the public. The other one is that low impact of the issues. We have the low key performance indicator. As a result of that, there is now a backward integration into financing of housing construction to develop the primary mortgage market, delivery of at least one housing estate currently in 36 states of the Federation FCT in order to increase the demand side. And we have also improved in operational performance of the bank currently. Some of the results so far by the scheme, so far the NHF scheme has recorded significant 20. If you can see from the screen that you'll find that in contributing states, there has to be 29 states contributing. Last 3 years, we have added the 5 states now to make it 34 states. So that's 70% improvement. The research contributors has increased to 500, with 521,000 members with 12%. Now we have up to 5 million contributors into the scheme. While the NHF collections, we have improved it within the last 3 years. We have collected 153 billion to add it to 392 total collections from 1992. This has given us a tremendous improvement to over 69%. The NHF refund, which those people who have retired are funded or have died, it has also improved. So also the total loan number of housing units created after 8,000, number of mortgage loans 4,087, or the home renovation loans getting over 45,000, which is over 1,800%. We have other feature of the NHF scheme is similar to mandatory savings scheme that are critical to housing finance and other climes of the economies. Similar one, we have one in Singapore, which is the Central Provident Fund. We have the one in Mexico, Infonavit, and China Housing Provident Funds. So our scheme is similar to this housing finance in these regions. In Africa, we have the National Housing Development Fund in Kenya, which is adopting similar NHF's housing finance strategy. So we cannot afford to just send the NHF scheme nor ignore its impact, because currently over 21,000 mortgages have been created, and then over 66,000 housing microfinance loans under the home renovation loan that we used to create. And it's one of the single digit interest rate regime currently in the country. There's long-term tenure, accessibility and affordability challenges are being addressed, faced by the large portion of the population which earn less than. Currently, we have introduced new product in the horizon, and we're about to launch it in the near future. The diaspora mortgage loan and the student hostel construction finance. These are all part of the housing finance initiatives. The bank is being full automated for NHF processes and other loan creations. So the future of NHF opportunities to housing finance in Nigeria are very much endless, because with the compliance of the institutional investors, you'll find that full coverage of the scheme within the local population and the integration. Because with the current initiative that we are going to do, we can deliver over 53,000 new homes per annum. We can deliver over 800,000 mortgage loans. With the initiative that is about to take place, you find that both the informal and the other sectors, organized private sectors, we can generate up to 300 billion annually within the next 5 years. And the bank investment, after compliance, it will be compliance. And with the diaspora contribution, which we intend to launch on the mortgages, you'll find that the bank may likely generate up to 50 billion. So over 400 billion naira, as I said earlier, may likely come in effect. Despite these challenges, NHF scheme has contributed significantly to housing finance in Nigeria and mortgage finance in particular. We account for a significant portion of outstanding mortgages in the country currently, and our greatest strength is concessionary lending terms, which addresses accessibility and affordability challenges for the majority of Nigerians who are facing these challenges. The scheme has evolved over the past 28 years of operation to address various housing finance needs, aside from the mortgage financing, and it will continue to be one of the most innovative going forward in response to the needs of our contributors. Our funding structure can be sustained with full compliance by the contributions from the workers and the other institutional investors. The scheme, it offers endless opportunities to finance housing finance in Nigeria to complement the capital market funding, which is currently ongoing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I mean, a few of the points that you have made, and your opening statement included you saying that there was a strong focus on the revitalization of the NHF scheme for impactful housing growth. It is good that that nexus is being strengthened, because that is possibly the basis for aggregating the financial muscle that is required to achieve the objectives. Also, we join you in prayers, if that's the requirement, to ensure compliance by the institutions, because that then provides the access to the much needed capital to make a lot of things happen in the sector. Thank you very much for sharing this with us.
Thank you very much.
Our next panelist is Mr. Andre Asselin. When I asked Mr. Asselin to provide me some information about himself, he tells us that he's an international housing finance consultant with extensive experience with Nigeria, and particularly with working with the Association of Nigeria's Mortgage Banks, MBAN. Over the past 10 years, there's been a lot of collaboration with Canada, between Canada and I assume the Canadian body and the Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria. And Mr. Asselin has actively participated in these annual workshops. He will be speaking to us from the perspective of the outcomes of last year's workshop. Apparently, it turns out that at that workshop, it was agreed that Nigeria would benefit from a broader range of solutions that go beyond home ownership. And this would include the full housing continuum, rental housing, which Kisha also alluded to in her earlier briefing, and also a greater focus on extracting more out of existing housing stock. A comment that was made by Architect Dangiwa when he spoke to the home loans or the home improvement loans that are being issued by the Federal Mortgage Bank. So over to you, Mr. Asselin, as we hear the outcomes and the next steps from your what seemed to have been a very interesting workshop at last year's session. Thank you. And you have 10 minutes too.
Okay. I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah?
Could you increase the volume of
Yeah.
your device? Thank you.
So you should hear me quite well now, I would think.
Yes, much better.
Okay. So greetings from over the Atlantic Ocean from Canada. It's a bit early here this morning. So thank you very much for having me as part of this conference. It's always important to see what these conferences stimulate in terms of development in countries, and certainly I've witnessed over the years that this conference has had a really. So my purpose today is, if I may share my screen now. Share this.
Organizers, could you? Yes.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
So I'm going to see this here. You should be able to see my my document here. So you see here the cover page of the winter 2019 issue of the Journal of the International Union of Housing Finance Journal. On page 47 and 48 of that particular issue, there's a short 2-page paper that really presents an account of the discussions we had last August with members of the MBAN, the Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria, as they participated in a 4-day seminar here in Canada, where we review a whole bunch of issues in various countries, but also in Nigeria. At the end of our session, we basically take that opportunity to do a wrap-up, and then the purpose of this paper is to present this wrap-up. So very briefly, the wrap-up advocated for a new paradigm, in the sense that the feeling was that no matter how big the efforts, how dedicated the efforts of all the stakeholders are, it's never enough in light of the immense housing needs of Nigeria. So some people argue it's 17 million people that are without a house. Others say 22 million dwellings missing. Whatever the figure, it's a staggering amount. And we said, we sort of said to ourselves, you know, like, if government were to subsidize a part of it, let's say a quarter of it, you look at the figures that this would give you, it would give you something like 21 to 27 trillion nairas, whereas the total federal budget of Nigeria is 9 trillion. So obviously we're saying, you know, this is really huge. And so we posited as a group that perhaps the problem is too big for just government, that we need to mobilize more than government to make a dent into the housing problems of Nigeria. So none of us advocated for putting an end to existing measures, like, for instance, there's the family home fund that is committing itself to producing 500,000 units by 2024. Nobody is advocating that any of this stuff would stop. So the feeling was that, based on the discussion we had, that we needed to draw, first of all, more from the existing housing stocks. You know, after all, there's a need for 20-some million dwellings, but people are not necessarily homeless. They live somewhere. And so perhaps the housing stock where they live currently could be renovated. There could be more conversions. There could be more completions, units added up on top of existing footprints. There can be additions sideways and whatnot. The other discussion we had, as you will see in a second, is that too much focus in Nigeria is on facilitating access to ownership, and that the full housing continuum does not seem to be capturing the attention of policymakers. So we said, okay, now for all of this to happen, we need to have an expanded and loosened mortgage market. To show you what spurred some of the things that spurred our discussion, I won't go through the detail of this chart. I want to draw your attention, however, to the bottom part. You see here the housing continuum as we see it in Canada. Admittedly, the picture might look differently if the graphic had been prepared by a Nigerian, but you can see, you get the idea that the continuum starts with being homeless and being taken out of homelessness, all the way to the right, where you can have your own home, a market home ownership type situation. And in between that, you have emergency shelters, transitional housing, what we call social housing, affordable rental housing, affordable home ownership, market rental housing, and home ownership. And if you were to go through the detail of the Canadian strategy, you would see the linkages between the various programs we have and how each, like all of the programs put together, gives have as a purpose to impact the full continuum. Now, we looked at the vision and mission of the various agencies in Nigeria, FHA, FMBN, and MRC, family housing funds, and so forth, and the Ministry of Housing. And I won't go through the full detail of this slide, of course. You can read it on your own later. But the conclusion was that in Nigeria, we're only hitting part of the housing continuum. You know, even social housing, it's a bit of a stretch that there is anything related to social housing in Nigeria. The focus on Nigeria, by the account of all the participants, and they're Nigerians, is that really the focus in Nigeria is on affordable homeownership and market homeownership. So we said, well, okay, well, there's a huge part of the continuum that is missing that the government could pay attention to. And this was what spurred excitement amongst the participants and spurred us to eventually agree that we should write a little paper that summarized our view, and we published it, as you saw, in the AIHS journal back in December. So we concluded that even if agencies were covering the full continuum, that would not be enough to bridge the current 17 to 22 million dwelling gap. There's a need for private initiatives. There's a need for developers, investors, small landlords, self-builders, renovators, community groups, church groups, and whatever, to really get involved. And for them to get involved, they don't have the resources for doing that, and government does not have the money for that. So they need to be empowered by housing finance, and they need to have real estate laws that work, practices in things like land registries and whatnot that work, and they need a good taxation system for housing. So speaking about housing finance, the paper says, and I really believe that, enhanced access to housing finance is mostly there. Now, if there's one thing Nigeria worked really hard on for the past 10 years, and I know I've witnessed this because for the past 10 years, I've run these conferences with the Mortgage Bankers Association. Pretty much all that was a problem, structural problem in the mortgage market of Nigeria has been fixed. It's there. It's just not working right now because there's like no water in the pump, but the pump is there. So you have access to long-term funds, you have access to liquidity, you have created credit bureaus, you have the technology, you have created the underwriting standards. You're even close to creating a mortgage guarantee system. So my message has been Nigerian stakeholders and policymakers, they know what to do in the mortgage market. They know what to do, but it's just not happening. And the reason for this is that they need to have the right environment. So this is the engine that Nigeria has created. I won't go into the detail of this. This is a chart that I stole from my friend Adi from CBN, from the central bank. So I call it an engine. This is the mortgage engine. I said it's a good engine. I mean, you could argue that there could be things that could be improved. There are aspects of it that bother me, but it's a good engine, good enough. The problem is that this engine uses bad gas, and the bad gas is equitable mortgages. There's no way you can make that engine work with the gas that you're using right now. It clogs up everything. And you know what? Nigeria knows know what to do to fix that. They have the MMFL, the model mortgage and foreclosure law, which has started to be adopted in a number of states, but it's just moving way too slowly. So there's this group that's been created. You will recognize, I'm sure, some of the stakeholders if you can get close enough to this picture. So the conclusion from this slide is nothing can enable private and community housing initiatives like fixing the land and the mortgage law and the taxation regime. And there's an urgent need to adopt the MMFL. because currently this is what your mortgage market is doing. So you can see here where the mortgage funds are being used in the blue line, the blue bar. This is where the mortgage market, however small it is, it's already very small, but look where the money is going. It's going to houses above 20 million. So very few cases, the cases are in red. And whereas people that are at that are buying much more modest homes are not getting much of the money. And these are most of the clients that you've had thus far, even though your mortgage market is very small. Your mortgage market is not even 1% of the financial market right now. It's 0.7 of 1%. See, it has varied over time. In 2018, it was roughly 0.6 of 1% of the financial assets were into mortgages. Okay, so can I continue? I'm almost finished.
Yes, you may. You've got 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay, all right. So I said, this is the extent of, this is how small mortgages are on the balance sheets of all the financial institutions of Nigeria, 0.6 of 1%. So this is the contribution of the, it's 0.2 of 1% of the commercial banks. And this is the sum of commercial banks and private mortgage banks and primary mortgage banks. And if you focus on just primary mortgage banks, you can see mortgages is a line in green, and that's total assets of the primary mortgage banks. Even primary mortgage banks devote approximately half of their assets to mortgages. So there's room to grow for the mortgage market. It's just not taking off right now. And then finally, we have the contribution of the NHF to PMBs. Even the NHF contributes approximately something in the vicinity of 13–14% of the total value of mortgages originated by PMBs. So there is room for all of these contributors to grow. What's missing? Full deployment of the MMFL. People know what to do. That law is already written. It's just taking way too long for the various states to adopt this law. We need building norms and standards and reliable enforcement. We need building health and safety and occupancy standards so that the existing housing stock can be improved. We need market information for everybody. In spite of the efforts of NMRC, getting housing data about Nigeria is just like a nightmare. Consumer education and protection rules, it's totally non-existent. That has to exist for consumers to feel comfortable to operate in the mortgage market. You want to create a real rental market, you will need to have some kinds of rules to protect the tenants and the landlords so that they can function efficiently in the rental market. Right now, the rules of the games just don't exist. It's what you would call the Far West, you know? We need to refocus government assistance to other tenure than just ownership. And by, I don't mean rent to own. Rent to own, to me, that's ownership. I mean, there is no purpose-built rental activity going on that is supported by government in Nigeria. And you really need to look at what you can do to fully exploit the existing housing stock. I applaud what the FMBN did with its renovation activities, but it's very, very small relative to the size of the housing stock. We need to get the commercial banks involved. There's a reason why they're not getting involved. That's a long discussion, but one of the things that needs to happen is the Basel III capitalization rules need to be extended to legal mortgages, not the equitable mortgages, which are really not mortgages. And then you need to fix your NPL problems, which is absolutely staggering. And when all of this is happening, you can also look at introducing mortgage guarantees for ownership and for rental housing. My conclusion in that paper, and it's the conclusion of MBAN participants at the conference last year, Nigeria could achieve greater strides in meeting the needs of its population and could address the housing deficit more effectively if there were greater emphasis on mobilizing private initiatives to improve the capacity of the existing housing stock to provide more decent units, both qualitatively and quantitatively. But this would require the mortgage market to finance a wider range of actions, so including purpose-built rental, renovation and whatnot, and help build a better housing continuum in Nigeria. Thank you.
Well, thank you very, very much, Andre, Mr. Astelin. This has been quite an engaging, short presentation, but really very punchy. I mean, no wonder we've seen incredible innovation out of the Mortgage Mbank, the Mortgage Bankers Association of Nigeria. A couple of the things that you mentioned, and I would say I have to write them down. You said, oh, the whole structure exists like a pump without water. And then you mentioned that, again, referring to the structure, exists like an engine, but with bad gas. Now, that speaks volumes. But what is interesting and what we appreciate is that you have carefully identified with the rest of the practitioners an 11-point agenda of issues to be addressed that could then start to see major change happen. And as we go on, I hope that we'll have the time to touch on a couple of those points. But thank you very much for your presentation. As we move on swiftly.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. To the next presenter. I seem to have lost my... Reverend Surveyor Ugochukwu Chime. He received the Real Estate Advocate of the Year award about this time 2 years ago from this very forum, the Abuja International Housing Show. And last year, he received the award of Real Estate Person of the Year from the Nigerian Housing Awards for his remarkable, impactful contribution to real estate development in Nigeria in terms of innovation and advocacy and construction. Need I say more? He's the immediate past national president of the Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria, REDAN, one-time president of the Enugu Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, and the group CEO of Copen Group Property. I better leave it for now as I invite Reverend Chime to speak to us about the nexus between public, private, and advocacy sectors in institutionalizing and implementing the framework that would put housing in the focus of economic development. Thank you, Reverend Chime.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Jumoke, and thank you so much. I'm glad, and thank you for the good work you are doing there. And I want to appreciate my colleagues on the panel as we seek to share on a catalyst for economic development. I'm not going to go to the fundamentals which have been covered, the basics have been covered by the previous speakers. But the reality on ground is that we have a huge capacity to utilize the housing sector as a catalyst for rapid socioeconomic development of our country. What Nigerians need most post-COVID is to have socioeconomic growth and employment opportunities for them. And I believe that the housing sector can do that. Over the years, various efforts have been made by many of the people who are on this panel and other individuals to see how we can use the housing sector as a catalyst to solve our problems. The very performance outcomes we saw by virtually all the stakeholders were due to systemic and structural issues in the housing ecosystem. And insofar as we neglect these systemic and structural barriers and challenges, and we continue to posit on how to move forward, we're going to have a problem. I was able to tell one of the key drivers of the sector some few days ago, who mans a critical sector, that he has failed. And, you know, I was asking me, I said, if I'm put in a position, I will also fail, because some of the issues we are dealing with are more than what an individual or an institution can solve. And what it has led to is that investors are afraid to come in because of these systemic and structural challenges, and this has resulted in very poor capacity. So what I'm going to look at as I share is to look at some of those improvements in the structural underpinnings of this housing ecosystem to be able to see how we can address them. Because whether you sit as a minister, as the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank, or as MD of any other institution, or wherever even where I'm sitting, we cannot increase our capacity unless we deal with some of these structural issues. Number one amongst them is the issue of the perception of housing as only dealing with shelter. Globally, we have come to realize the fact that housing is a veritable tool for employment generation. Housing is a veritable tool for diagonal socioeconomic improvement in the well-being of the people. Housing is a tool for security. Housing is a tool for health. We have seen that with the COVID issue, that if people were properly housed, some of the community pandemic issues will not have arisen. So first thing is to take away housing from our mindset as being only about shelter provision, but see it as a more humongous capacity, potential for engendering massive impact. To look at is the issue of collaboration with defined roles for each stakeholder institution. The reality on ground is that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. We have tended to improve our own internal mechanism in our various organizations without looking at the whole value chain of the transaction dynamics that will bring success for any housing project or for the housing sector as a whole. And that has been a major problem that have led to a lot of failures in the sector. I've been privileged to operate in the sector for some years, and I've interacted with all people, various private sector individuals, public sector individuals, and other people who are consultants. One thing that have come true to all of us is that no housing activity starts and ends in any one institution. There is need for collaboration, there is need for input, and the quality of the input determines the success of that particular project. And we have looked away from this and found out that until we define the roles, the team that will play in the housing sector, we will not get the desired result. We must have to dimension it appropriately, the housing ecosystem, and define roles, responsibility, and mutually expected outcome and benefits for all the parties. It is a reality that in Nigeria, we have the fiscal policy domiciled at the federal government level, while we have the land administration policies domiciled with the state governments. Now, unless there is a proper symphony, integration, harmony, interface between the fiscal policy that governs finance and the land administration policy that governs the issue of titles, issues of approvals, issues of registration, and other issues that pertain to land administration. Unless they are properly harmonized, we will not have the desired success. A lot of projects have been jettisoned and abandoned because of the capacities and ease of doing business. Why should it take 4 months to build a house and take 2 years to get a title for that loan? The previous speaker was mentioning about the issue of equitable mortgage. It is a disaster that all of us knows about. But many of the institutions, for instance, are not accepting equitable mortgage and kicking down the can down the road, because they know that if there's any problem or default, it will be impossible to recover that asset that will be mortgaged based on equitable mortgage. The minimum you should have is the legal mortgage that will govern that transaction. I'm just giving this as an example of some of the systemic issues that are there, and it's a challenge for any investor to invest in a mortgage firm or to create a good mortgage outfit that will be giving mortgage to the people, because they are aware that the structural issues of legal infrastructure that will ensure you have modern mortgage and foreclosure law in place in the states is absent. And yet we push down billions of investment into those states, knowing fully well that those funds will be trapped because of these systemic and structural issues. Now, we also have to look at some other critical elements. we have issues of ease of doing business. The Minister for Agriculture, who spoke earlier in the opening session, mentioned the issue of the initiative they are bringing to bear. In 1999, some of us did a study in Calabar and other areas in this country and discovered that the reason why we have this rural to urban migration and exiting of youths who are needed in the various farms is because the shelter provision and other needs, the ancillary facilities they need, are not there. This is a huge opportunity. Across our 774 local governments, we discovered that many of the doctors who are posted to the rural health centers, many of the teachers who are posted to the educational institutions in those areas will never stay there because the quality of the housing that they are meant to stay in those rural areas, in those local government areas, are not at par with what their family needs to have a holistic development, what their children need. They don't have good schools in those areas. This is a very good area for government and for all of us to sit down and start looking at housing as a tool to ensure that farming and agriculture thrives the way we are positioning it to thrive, and thereby stem rural to urban migration and increase productivity at that level of government. So that in this case, we are not seeing housing just to house people in those areas, but as a means to engender increased productivity and as a means to ensure that we have proper health care for our people. Now, over the years, we have seen that there's an acute need for all the stakeholders who are involved, that's number 3, who are involved in the housing value chain, to sit together and define what mode of operation they need to get the best out of each component, each stakeholder, and at the same time achieve the stated aim. We have advocated for the National Housing Council to be put in place. What we have had now, whether we call it National Housing Commission, whatever name you choose to call it, for us to have duplicity of institutions in Ministry of Finance, at the state level, at the Ministry of Works, at various other institutions, is not acceptable because the problem to be handled is quite humongous. The targets being set by institutions now are climbing down. Before we had a target of 4 million housing units in 4 years, we have brought it down to 300, and we are likely to bring it down to 100 or 50 when we see the reality that these structural issues, these systemic impediments must have to be dealt with if we are going to move forward. There's also the critical need for advocacy and training of all parties. We have seen people who demand, who ask for housing they cannot afford. Still a carryover from our social housing bent of the years before now. But we have to have proper training for all the people. We have to bring into the value chain the micro developers, those who build 1 bedroom in Makoko and other areas, so that they will be part of the advocacy process. They will be part of the move to ensure that we have adequate housing for our people. It's also important to note that our emphasis over this period has been on new builds. There's an urgent emphasis for us to look at slum redevelopment. Like the scheme by Federal Mortgage Bank have shown, home renovation is a very critical area that we have neglected over the years. Now, home renovation loan without emphasis at the fiscal and land administration level of looking at how to ensure that some of these homes are not only renovated, but that they have a title so that at least we will be able to ensure that the debt capital trapped in those assets are brought into the economic activity realm of the areas that those houses are located in, so that we shift our focus from new build alone to home improvement, urban regeneration, and slum redevelopment. And you cannot do that unless you are able to give title, give a form of perfection of ownership to those people, because they will need it as a means of guaranteeing payment to whoever will be the lender. Otherwise, we will now have a problem where we have those loans to those for home renovation not being collateralized. Also, I think a critical component that was mentioned by Kesia in her own submission was the element of data for planning, and data for strategy formulation. We have been able to show that it is critical that we have to look at the data and regulation. Before I close up, let me mention those two areas, the issue of data and the issue of regulation. It is a tragedy that we can't sell a bottle of pure water in Nigeria without regulation. But we can build and sell a house of 100 million without regulation, without anybody asking you, have you conformed to certain standards? And that is a huge area, and that is scary for any investor who wants to invest. Who will guarantee that what I'm investing in is kosher, is okay, has met the minimum standard? And that is part of the systemic challenges where we're having. The issue of data that enables you to know where to invest, how to invest, and how to dimension their entry and exit strategy is lacking. Now, I want to say, in wrapping it up, that there's an urgent need for all of us to meet together. We have spoken before, and I've had opportunity within the last few weeks to speak to the minister, and I'm sure that in the Minister for Housing, His Excellency Professor Fashola, I think that very soon we must have to sit down so as to increase our various capacities and be able to deliver the housing that we need for our people. I still agree with the topic that the housing sector is the catalyst we need for massive economic development, and post-COVID, it is the preferred destination for us for employment generation for our people. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, Reverend Chime. This, I forgot what button to press because I was listening to what you were saying with such rapt attention. Indeed, there were many things that I wrote down from your discussion. The approach that you have taken, where you are actually determining that the best way to make progress in this sector is to address the systemic structural issues that we have confronted. I mean, some of these issues have been there for decades. But as you said, we have attempted to build upon foundations that we know are already shaky. But it's time to actually deal with them and take those out of the way so that we can talk about sustainability and real growth finally in our sector. Some of the things that you mentioned include, and the ones that are really dear to my heart, include the ease of doing business and how it's important that housing is not seen as just a social product to implement, but also seen as when the sector thrives, then there is increased productivity across board. You mentioned that connection between housing and healthcare, and one of my favorite phrases is housing equals healthcare. We finally realized that with the onslaught of COVID-19. You talked about expanding the housing value chain, the stakeholders within the housing value chain. You mentioned duplicity of institutions, and that really truly is a disservice to achieving the objectives that we have. And you talked about data and regulation. And it dawned on me when you mentioned that you have to have a NAFDAC number, as we call it here, to sell water, even water in a sachet, but that it is possible to actually go ahead and do development without the appropriate approvals. And that is sad for all practitioners in the sector. And everything you said suggests something, that there is a huge role that we each have to play to make things work. And that also addresses the previous speaker, where there's a lot of emphasis on collaboration, and you mentioned that as well. And so, well, thank you very much indeed. I'm sure that there will be follow-on questions to some of the comments that you have made. So, our next speaker is Mr. Ian Shapiro. His bio reads that he's been working at the interface between private sector effectiveness and public sector good for more than 25 years. He's the CEO of Real, and Real's affordable housing model has been built on 30 years of some of the solutions that he has tried and tested. Mr. Shapiro, before joining Real, was the Chief Strategy Officer for a company called Crown Agents and has spent 16 years with the UK's Department for International Development, DFID. Now I know that Ian has got his hands dirty in Nigeria as a promoter and investor in affordable housing. So I expect that his discussions will be entirely practical. Without further ado, I invite Mr. Ian Shapiro to speak to us about his experiences and next steps and how we're going to ensure that in the next decade, the housing sector really takes its pride of place as an economic development tool. Over to you, Ian, and you've got 10 minutes, starting now.
Great, thanks, Jumoke. That's great, and it's great to be here. I first came to Nigeria 18 years ago, and I recognise that there are others on this panel and listening in who know far more about the Nigerian market than I do. But I was reflecting on those 18 years since I first went to Nigeria, and that 18 is the median age of a Nigerian today, and I wanted to think a little bit about the demographics of Nigeria, for us to think through what the implications are here for housing as a catalyst for economic development. So Jumoke's given me a generous introduction, thank you. So I'm the Chief Executive at Real, and we're an innovator and an investor in affordable housing. And Nigeria is one of our priority countries, and we're keen to invest more and work more in Nigeria. So it'd be great to connect with other members on the panel and others listening in or connected to this Abuja event, and to get their ideas and see where there may be places we might work together. What I wanted to do in the few minutes we had together was to look back, to consider where we are now, and then to look forward. And there are three messages that I want you to take away from this. The first is that a $10,000 home is environmentally sustainable and commercially viable in Nigeria. So that's a $10,000 home. The second message is that this is an uncrowded sector. So very minimal estimates would put this at a $400 billion sector in Nigeria alone. We calculate conservatively it's $17 trillion globally, but a $400 billion sector for infrastructure in Nigeria provides a lot of opportunities. And the third message being that affordable housing is a doorway to 16 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And that's all about kickstarting economies. And we know for each affordable home that's built, there's 5 direct jobs, different methodologies point to 12 indirect jobs, a whole range of supply chain benefits and stimulus packages. So the three messages I'm going to keep going back to are the $10,000 home, the $400 billion uncrowded sector in infrastructure, and the doorway to kickstart economies in Nigeria. Now, it's quite tempting to look, when I said I was going to look back, I'm not going to look back all the way to Mesopotamia 6,500 years ago when the first city came onto this planet. I thought what I'd do is I'd take Nigerian life expectancy now. So I told you that the median age for a Nigerian is 18 years old. And life expectancy in Nigeria is 55 years. So I thought, let's think of two imaginary people. Let's call them Ali and Zainab. And let's imagine that they were born 55 years ago today. What would have greeted them? What would have greeted Ali and Zainab 55 years ago? So that takes us back to 1965. Nigeria's population when Ali and Zainab were born was 50 million people. And it had a 16% urbanization rate. So think about that today. Just in Ali and Zainab's experience, that's the life expectancy in Nigeria 55 years ago. That's the Nigeria that they'd have been born into. Then let's take them to their mid-20s. What would have happened to Ali and Zainab in their mid-20s as they were stretching out, starting their professional life, thinking about families perhaps? In 1992, Nigeria's population would have doubled from 50 million to 100 million. And the urbanization, the number of people living in urban settings, would have gone from 16% to 30%. Go forward another 28 years, so similar time period again to today. Ali and Zainab now, they're 55, maybe you know them. And today that Nigerian population is 200 million people, and the proportion living in an urban setting is 52%. That's just in Ali and Zainab's lifetimes. You'll know this, you'll know people who are in their mid-50s, you may be in that yourself. And to think about that change from 50 million people and 16% in urban settings to now 200 million people and over half, more than 1 in 2 of Nigerians living in urban settlement. So what a shift in a lifetime. Now, what does the housing challenge tell us today? Now, lots of other speakers have already been very eloquent about this, but let's crudely say that the affordable housing gap is 20 million homes. Nigerian home ownership at the moment estimated about 10%. We were talking earlier about the mortgage ratio penetration being tiny, less than 1%. Just as a reference point, the UK, where I'm sitting at the moment, has home ownership of 78% against a Nigerian home ownership of 10%. I suggest there are many reasons to be happy to be in Nigeria rather than in the UK. And I suggest there's many reasons that Nigeria doesn't want to copy the UK in a whole range of areas. But just as an example, so thinking about that challenge that's been set out, and then thinking about those 3 messages I said about the $10,000 home being commercially and environmentally viable, that it's a $400 billion infrastructure sector that's uncrowded, ripe for private sector engagement and profits and opportunities, and that this affordable homes as a doorway to kick-starting economies and 16 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. People have mentioned COVID-19. Clearly, that's absolutely essential to think about the context that we're operating in now. It's reinforced the importance of housing. I like to think of housing as our personal protective equipment. You know, we're being asked to stay at home, to wash our hands and to socially distance. Well, that's only possible if you've got safe and secure housing. And if there are 20 million affordable homes needed, then it's just not possible to respond to today's pandemic or tomorrow's unanticipated crisis. Very few of us predicted the COVID pandemic. We can't predict what the next crisis can be, but we can build resilient assets for people on low incomes. So what does that tell us about today as we think about Ali and Zainab, who are now in their mid-50s and have seen a huge change in Nigeria's experience? Well, COVID-19 is not slowing the urbanization rate in Nigeria. Just today, there are 500 people who call Abuja home who did not call Abuja home yesterday. And there'll be another 500 tomorrow, and there'll be another 500 the day after that. Of course, that's Abuja. Lagos, it's 1,200, 1,200 people calling Lagos home today who did not call Lagos home yesterday, and who will also be another 1,200 tomorrow in Lagos. And of course, that pattern is translated across a whole range of second-tier cities, Katsina to Port Harcourt, Kano, Enugu. You'll know that that story is happening. So there's a volume opportunity here that we want to crowd in the private sector. I think the government of Nigeria's contribution is vitally important, but what we want to do is think about how we support getting the private sector in. And this is about the 70% of people who work in the informal economy, but they're already paying rent, and Andre already talked about that as well. How do we prove their credit worthiness? So we've done that in Nigeria with the $10,000 house, working with one of our partners, MFF, who some of you will know. And they produced $10,000 homes, 32 square meters, creating 5 jobs, improving health and sanitation outcomes, safety for girls to go to toilet at night, improving educational outcomes. But obviously we need to scale that. So what's going to happen projecting forward? Let's think about Ali and Zainab, who are now 55. What happens if they live into their mid-80s? Inshallah, that's what they will. So in their mid-80s, it'll be 2050. Nigeria's population will have doubled again to 400 million. And the urbanization, the proportion of people living in urban settings will be over 70%, 7 out of 10 Nigerians. So we know where we're going. We look at Ali and Zainab's life when they were born 55 years ago with a 50 million population and a 16% in urban areas, to where they might go to if they make it to their mid-80s, when there'll be 400 million Nigerians and over 70% of them in urban settings. So we've got to create this catalyst. We've got to use affordable housing. It's a counter-cyclical investment. It provides the opportunity for profit, but also for people on low incomes to benefit, and to benefit the planet in terms of sustainability. And we must provide that solution. There's an uncrowded sector there. We've proved it can work. There are demand side and supply side challenges we can work on together. And what I'd like to say is to say that there's the opportunity to work with developers, mortgage markets, and low-income communities and people to take advantage of this opportunity, to kickstart economies in Nigeria, and to provide a solution for people on low incomes, which improves health outcomes and prosperity for all. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shapiro. Your knowledge of Nigeria is comes through in your presentation. Your comments are well noted. I was confident that you will speak to us really from the point of view of someone who has really gotten involved with delivering housing for that particular income group. I would ask you a question much later about your experience in dealing with other developers, but for the time being, I hope that everyone who is listening to us hear this, that there is an environmentally sustainable and commercially viable opportunity for homes that are priced at $10,000. That the opportunity is so broad, and quantifying it amounts to about $400 billion, right? Yeah. And that affordable housing, as we've always known, is really truly catalytic, and is a doorway to 16 out of the 17 development goals. What better way to kickstart an economy? Thank you so much. Now we have another speaker joining us. He is Mr. Ali Magashi. He has insisted that this is the panel that is most suited for him. And so we welcome him to address the issues around how housing finance for perhaps a particular income segment can be the catalyst for economic development in Nigeria. Mr. Ali Magashi, you're welcome. Mr. Magashi? Organizers, could you help us with this? Okay. Mr. Magashi, can you unmute yourself? You seem to be appearing and then disappearing. I would like us to carry on and we would see if we're able to connect a little bit later. So now, our 5 panelists have had the opportunity to provide us with their insights around the theme. And there have been a number of significant comments and outcomes, all of this coming out of practical experience. And there are clearly a number of next step activities.
Milky, he is there.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Magashi, could you please speak?
Okay, I'm part of this presentation.
His microphone is muted.
Can you unmute your microphone, please? Unfortunately, it appears that we are losing him every time he tries to get on.
Could you unmute him from your end?
Yes, I should be able to do that. Yes. Mr. Magashi, you're unmuted and the floor is yours. You've got 10 minutes. Can you hear me?
Jumoke, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Perhaps you should remove your video because I think your signals are quite poor.
Jumoke, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right.
Can you turn off your video? Mr. Magashi, can you turn off your video?
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, let me do that. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes.
I have turned off my video. Hear me now. My video is turned off. Joe, you can hear me now?
Yes, it is still bad, but we can hear you. Mr. Magashi, are you in Kano? We need to speak to the service providers. No, I'm afraid we will keep trying.
You can hear me now, can you?
Yes.
I've turned off my video. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
All
we
right.
can. Please go ahead. 10 minutes.
I'm so sorry for the connection issues that have taken 5 minutes of time.
Yeah, I've given you a first step.
Much. First of all, thank you very much. First of all, to the organizers for this wonderful platform. And thank you, the anchor, my dear sister. Okay. I'm going to talk about access to finance for the lower income group as a solution to housing deficit in Nigeria. Coincidentally, the earliest to most of the things that I need to say. I like the part of that we've got the no water in the tap, and the other about the gas. Well, the reason is I think we're operating as silos in this country. There is no coordinated response to the solution of housing. As mentioned by Reverend Chime, housing is not a one institution solution. It is an ecosystem, and this ecosystem involves a lot. It is actually the basis for the macroeconomy. The ecosystem involves the mortgagor who needs the house in Nigeria, the mortgage player who is the aggregator who buys all the loans and provides liquidity to the primary mortgage banks, and the capital market, that is the ocean pool of funds that are always available for different kinds of securities to be issued. And then you have the institutional investors. You have the pension funds, the life funds, and the insurance funds. They're all there to invest in long-term debt securities of the capital market. In that way, you have an ocean of funds flowing round. So it means when the originator makes the loan, he doesn't have to hold that loan in his book for the 20, 30 years or 15, 10 years. He immediately aggregates his loans and he sells it to the secondary market operator. The secondary market operator, with a lot of portfolios of loans, goes to the capital market to issue his own type of debt security. And from the capital market, he continues to raise money, and the ecosystem continues to flow. In the case of Nigeria, the main problem, like I've mentioned, is the issue of silos. There is no coordination between the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank, the Ministry of Works and Housing, the capital markets, and all the other regulators involved in the housing value chain and ecosystem. Federal Mortgage Bank is operating its own as a fund. I listened to the MD's presentation, where in the country, even though he has done pretty well from in terms of the trend, what he has met from 500,000, he has turned to 5 million. But we're talking of 200 million people in this country. So a fund that at best addresses less than 2.5% of the population is not really going to make that much effect. But unfortunately, that's the best we have in this country, and we have to make it work. Now, the essence of my discussion is that we need to address the home buyer that the deficit continues to mention. There is a lot of activity going on. I saw some statistics on the increase in GDP contribution by the housing and construction in Nigeria as at today. Before, it was infinitesimal. Now I can see it rising to about 2 to 3%, which is actually an improvement. But what is happening is that this construction mostly takes place at the medium income level. People are building houses in all our major cities, but these are houses that range from about 30 million to 100 million, because that sector of the population has the effective demand, effective in the sense that they have the money to pay for those houses. The ones that we are concerned, that is the 70% of Nigerians that are really involved in the deficits that we're talking about. These are people who earn basically less than what will provide them with a 5 million naira home. As developers, when we sit down today and look at how can the private sector provide a house with land, with infrastructure, with water, with all the environmental requirements, and be able to sell at 5 million naira. We therefore need government support and government articulated position on these things. Articulated in the sense that all these silos that are working differently need to come back together. And I think the Nigerian government needs to understand that housing is probably the most serious macroeconomic variable that will make a difference to our economy. The credit economy, as it is today, drives the world. And the largest single contributor to the credit system of any economy is the housing debt. And that housing debt is also a secured debt. So it is a very strong credit because it is secured. It also, at the end of the day, develops the credit the private debt issuance at the capital markets. Now, when the private debt issuance at the capital market increases, people can use the capital market to finance infrastructure like our major problem, power, like transportation. All these things can be addressed when housing credit becomes the major supporter of the economy. Unfortunately, today, the contribution of housing to the credit system in Nigeria is infinitesimal. And that is where we are, why we are where we are as a big country with about 200 million people. When you look at the size of our GDP at under $500 billion and what the per capita becomes, it is really, really not good enough. We need to do more. And I think our governments need to understand that there is nothing as important as housing. Look at today, as we are with the pandemic. If we had a very effective housing credit, the best way for government to reach out to the people would have been to just reduce interest rates. And just that single fiscal decision of 1% reduction in interest rate brings 1% worth of the housing debt and other debts into the pockets of individuals. So imagine if you have a credit of 10 million naira and the government reduces the interest rates, you refinance 1% of 10 million naira gives you what? 100,000 naira into your pocket. As at today, 100,000 naira is a lot of money to the small income earners in Nigeria. And this is how governments get to reach out to people. And when you have that housing credit, it also increases your data. That tells you where everybody is situated. When you know where your citizens are situated, at least the majority of them, it makes you know how to manage your national security. It makes you know how to manage distribution of goods and services. And I think we'll do so well having a government that focuses on integrating all these silos into one coordinated ecosystem that will deliver housing finance to the lowest income group. It is not all these interventions of building houses by different arms of government that will solve the solution. No, it will not. At best today, the Federal Mortgage Bank, which is the biggest, providing through its real estate development loans to Redan, the Family Homes Fund, building through developers. If you put all the total initiative of all the houses built in Nigeria from 1957, starting from the British Building Society until today, from local government to state governments to federal government, all the initiatives combined have not built 1 million homes. And we're talking today almost 60 years of these initiatives. So governments need to understand that they need to provide that access to finance, and they need to do a serious policy improvement of providing security and comfort to investors. As long as we do not have administrative foreclosure, our capital market will not really develop in terms of asset securitization and asset-backed debts. So investors need to be sure and be comfortable that when they use their money to invest in securities that are backed by assets, they will not get litigation over those assets. And lenders need to know that when they lend money over a house, it is strictly on legal mortgage, not on equitable mortgage. So we need to find a way. I remember back in the days, we went so far into these reforms. Unfortunately, the third term bill was sneaked in to about 78 bills, and everything was thrown away. So the baby was thrown away with the bathwater. We had really reached a crescendo where we could have had the administrative foreclosure, extracting out so many of those encumbrances in the Land Use Act from the Constitution. And this would have really eased out the acquisition and transfer of titles in the process. So I think the main issue, it is not as if we as Nigerians don't know what to do. It is just that at the leadership level, government needs to coordinate all these initiatives and put them into one integrated program that will deliver housing from the land acquisition to the access to finance to the lower income group, to providing secured asset credit to the investors. And then we need also to organize our developers to standardize the development itself. I hope I've not finished my 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, but it's a pleasure, Mr. Ali Magashi. A couple of the things that you mentioned, I know that your area of focus and expertise, amongst others, is capital markets and how the capital market can be a veritable tool for freeing the housing sector, for growing and developing the housing sector. I like the way you put it. You say there is an ocean of funds that should be available, and I imagined it as a large pie and different pieces of the pie, where one type of financing stops, another type of financing takes over, so that this ecosystem keeps the entire housing value chain oiled, and that is the growth story that we expect should be happening. However, you comment that a lot of the agencies, institutions, government, and even sometimes in the private sector are working in silos, and that has been to the detriment of the delivery of affordable housing, or at least of making housing a key economic development tool. You seem to emphasize the need to address the home buyer, and but before you spoke, we'd had people talk about looking at the entire ecosystem of delivery of homes beyond home ownership, but you seem to focus on that, and for good reason, because you then go on to talk about what happens when there is a good and a healthy home credit system in place. You say that over the past 60 years altogether, all the agencies and so on have possibly generated under 1 million homes. Please remember that we have a plan to do 300,000 over 12 months. I believe that plan was announced only a couple of months ago. So we are watching the space. I have one more speaker on our panel, and it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Iyangete. Professor Iyangete was, up until a couple of years ago, I believe, the founding managing director of the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Corporation. He's a professor, so he's an academic, he's a consultant, and he has worked extensively across Africa and in Europe, and I believe in America as well, advising and teaching about housing finance, institutionalization. And so he will share his thoughts with us about how housing can truly be a tool for economic growth in Nigeria. Professor, it's over to you, and you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Kimbumi. I'd like to share my screen. Can they enable my screen sharing? I'll speak while that is being done. I'm actually Executive Chairman of Innovative Risk and Investment Solutions, and I prefer for my past to be my past. And we are a future-focused business operating at the confluence of movements in innovation, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. Is it enabled?
Organizers, please.
Organizers have not enabled
my
my screen sharing. But while that is being done, in terms of the several speakers before, let me just try and recap on some of the strategic issues which are very critical. We need to plan for sustainability if we are to achieve what we are setting out to achieve. And the lessons of COVID pandemic is one that we must never forget. Urbanization, as has been pointed out in the case that I believe it was Mr. Shapiro that presented, is something that is so critical for mapping out Nigeria's policy in terms of housing. And so if we're to have livable cities, we need to address this innovatively. We need to build sustainably, and we need to address climate issues. We're signatories to the Paris Agreement. We need long-term funding, and I'm happy to hear Mr. Magashi present it in the way he did, and I'll just get back to some of those. And our building technologies need to adapt to the times. We need to build social infrastructure to support these livable cities. So we need good health centers within good proximity. We need good schools to make them livable. And I've said this many times before, and I'm glad to see the Center for Affordable Housing Finance now has reached the point, at the point of building this robust economic model for housing for Nigeria. It's something we started at least 3 years ago. And we need a national housing policy. I've advocated this numerous times. We absolutely need to have a national housing policy. There's so much being spoken about the challenges meeting the housing gap. Okay, am I able to share my screen now? No?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, good. Let me just dwell on the opportunities. The challenges are well known. Our capital market is a mere 12.6 trillion as at yesterday. This is
wurin inda ka ga da ya faɗi makabarta ce a gaba, kuma ana ruwa duk za ta kwashe ka, za ta tone ka.
Can you mute yourself, please? Our capital market is a mere 12.6 trillion. This compared to the second largest economy in Africa, the GDP of 368 billion, the capital market is twice that GDP at 727 billion. As about 38 billion. This is the opportunity for financing affordable housing going forward. Our bond market is 15.27 trillion. Our ETF capitalization is about 14 trillion. And in our pensions, we have a total about 10 trillion as at April. These present opportunities for driving the funding of housing in the nation. We understand the federal government is looking to raise the pension to the degree of 200 trillion. However, PwC recently showed that we have something in the region of 300 billion in debt capital that we can unlock for housing. We also have an expansion room in the banking sector of about 6.7 trillion. Much of that could be used to fund housing if the instruments are structured right. We can actually improve on the costing, and I was interested to hear Shapiro say that we can build an affordable house at $10,000 and make it workable. And so we can reduce the costs of housing or construction between 20 to 50% just by using the right technology and improving on the materials and using sustainable materials. PwC has also recently showed that of our titles, we have something in the region of 95%, either being contestable or untitled. We need to bring in technology to drive this process. I can think of blockchain. Let me just take you back in historical terms. In the 1950s, the US was about the same population as Nigeria is now, slightly less. Its GDP was about the same. After the war, it was building 1.5 million houses on average. We don't have the same statistics for ourselves. We need to build 730,000 per year, but at the moment, the FG is committed to something in the region of 300,000. At the time, their securitization rate was about 19% compared to about 20% in Nigeria, where we should be looking to securitize. So not too different. We have seen new initiatives, and I know that the people in these driving these initiatives will be speaking later, so I would skip these slides. What I have proposed is an innovative fund, an innovation fund for affordable housing. I noticed that Andre in his slides had something similar, and it was one of the things they're calling for. This innovation fund is for us to build in a way that is sustainable and to finance affordable housing that build communities that are sustainable and build cities that are sustainable and are climate resilient. And so some of the classic things you would expect to see is to have innovative approaches to the housing from design itself to building sustainability and even to having certification for those housing. The fund itself would reward ideas that are really innovative in their nature, and it would seek to have several thousands of such new sustainable affordable units over the period of years that it sets out to achieve. It would be involved in things like retrofits. We have so many houses that are abandoned and empty, some of which belong to the state at federal and state level governments. We need to have also advanced technologies being brought into use. But I dare say the preference would be for a lot of these to be homegrown technologies to address our issues of flood and temperatures. And in the retrofits, we need to address climate change. We're not saying much about that. And sustainability, if our population is going to grow with such explosion, we must build and finance sustainable developments. We must set criteria for these funds that allow them to fit into what we are seeking to achieve, and affordability would be at the hallmark of that sort of basis. One aspect that I want to draw our attention to is other sources of finance which we tend not to speak of. Green financing, green bonds. Nigeria has actually issued two. The green bond market last year was close to 260 billion. Nearly 1,800 green bonds were issued by nearly 500 issuers, half of which were new issuers of about nearly 70 billion, from 51 jurisdictions, of which 8 are new. And the cumulative bonds that are certified exceeded the 100 billion market size last year. In the same vein, when we add the sustainability and social bonds, we bring this number to a whopping 223 billion dollars. The African Development Bank last year debuted a social bond, perhaps one of the most successful in the world, that had various components which I've written out there. We, in committing to the Paris Agreement, have committed to some nationally determined contributions. We have no way of securing or meeting these contributions unless we begin to build and finance sustainable developments. And so the issue of energy retrofits is important. The issue of looking at the climate impact of our new developments is important, and we need to begin to build them into our systems. There's a lot of missing information in the context of our nation. Information seems to be guarded by every institution that has the opportunity to provide information, but we need to make them provide those information. And we have to find ways of doing so. We name and shame them where they fail to do so. We need affordable housing units built and preserved. We need the number of mortgages created and refinanced. We need the volume and portfolio of mortgages facilitated in schemes. We need the private capital that comes into a scheme, not just the government, where there are collaborative initiatives. We need to develop our market in the capital market context to be able to really provide a resilient base for funding. We need community childcare impact of buildings. We need healthcare facilities as a result of new development. Of course, we need the carbon footprint of our development. In my mind, the challenge to innovation, to sustainable affordable housing, building for communities in Nigeria isn't the structures, it isn't the systems, it is the very people who are charged with the governance of these institutions. And so in conclusion, I would say that we need to devise unique ways and approaches to the revolution in the way that we build, sustain, and finance housing. We need to build in ways that in the future and beyond, not just 2020 and beyond, that we design from the very planning and design stage, we design and plan for sustainability. We need the data, and Keshia very, very eloquently presented this. We need the data that would allow us to be able to test the policy that we evolve, to be able to see where those policies have worked, and to refine them and review them where they haven't. I'll illustrate where such is important. Just last week, or the week before, the UK gave a tax holiday for every property that is below £500,000 from stamp duty. We are introducing stamp duty at a time when people can least afford it. The average price of a UK house is about £231,000, which means virtually all average priced properties would enjoy that tax holiday. And in further conclusion, we need a robust housing economic model of the kind that the Center for Affordable Housing Finance is already working on. We need much, much wider collaboration, and I know there's been mention of not working in silos, and the government needs to encourage not working in silos. We absolutely need a market that is deep, that is broad, that is resilient to be able to drive sustainable communities in 2020 and beyond. If we fail to do these things, we absolutely will never achieve, even if it is 10,000 houses we want to build every year, we'll never achieve it in a sustainable manner. To achieve them sustainably, we need deep pockets, and the deep pockets are within us, and we need to harness those deep pockets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And my apologies for not introducing you properly. Thank you for what you have shared with us today. Some of the highlights that I picked up. You touched on the availability of pools of funding for housing and how there seems to be a disconnect between the housing sector and accessing those pools of capital. You talked about cost of delivery and talked about technology and other efficiencies, and you were interested the comments from the real CEO who mentioned that there is a huge market and the ability to deliver housing priced at $10,000. You also talked about title and how 95% of the built environment, at least as far as housing is concerned, is either untitled or has contestable titling. And you spoke extensively about what the future should look like. This includes, which I find quite interesting, the setting up of the AIHS fund, whose focus will be on technology and innovation, sustainability, retrofitting, not just new build. You've spoken about green financing and green development, and that indeed is, there's a huge pool of capital available for projects that are sensitive to the environment. And that's something that all developers, if we really believe that there is a future and a hope, need to start to look at. You talked also about missing information and how much of a disservice that does to our country as a whole and our ability or inability to press forward with achieving our objectives in the sector. And finally, you talked about people being the greatest challenge. The systems are there to a large extent. The processes are known, etc. The policies are there. But when it comes to people and implementation, this is where it appears that will fall flat. Thank you so much for your session. At this point, I would just like to quickly circle back to everyone on the panel. Thank you all for your patience, and to all our listeners. I believe that this has been truly productive, and that the organizers are taking notes, because there are certainly issues that need to be followed through. So starting back to you, Keisha, you are the data person. I mean, every time you present, what is most interesting is that finally we can actually see some smart information about Nigeria. So I know that I cut you short, so I would like you to just conclude and close with any remarks that you would have. Thank you very much. Keisha, and you have a couple of minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I wonder if I can quickly put up a slide, just the last slide.
Yes,
I would be very happy to do.
Yes.
Let me share.
Organizers, please enable Keisha to share. Thank you. Yeah.
Great. Here we are. What a great discussion. I mean, I do wish we had more time, because there was really so much that I'm sure everybody learned. And I really hope that we get to see these presentations and study them later, because there was so much rich material there. Thank you again. Really, this is actually perhaps a good summary slide to the whole conversation, because we do agree, don't we? There was a lot of talk about, of course, the impact that housing has on the economy, and that's obvious. It stimulates different sectors of the economy. It creates jobs, and at the same time, it creates adequate living situations for low-income households. There were some important points that were made about really focusing down market, and I think that that's critical. And as Ian Shapiro pointed out, is also possible. And the more we do it, the more possible it becomes, because you're able to achieve the economies of scale. And one of the things that I tweeted while we were having this conversation was, can you imagine what Nigeria would look like if we did find a way to build 6.5 million residential properties costing between 2 and 5 million naira? What would those properties look like? They would probably be first steps, properties that would then grow and develop over time. And people would invest over time. But if we really, really want to target the bottom end of the pyramid, and that's where the need is, and in the current context, we see that that need is desperate. It really does need attention. There are so many emergencies that are facing the lives of lower income people. And they have capacities to participate. There is a segment of the population that does have capacity to participate, so that profitable businesses can serve this market. And I think every one of the speakers articulated what that possibility is. So then if we look across the entire value chain and we think about what are the different sections and issues that need to be addressed, I'm not going to go through them in detail, because I think it's been what's been raised by every single speaker. I am grateful for the acknowledgement that data is a critical thing that needs to be attended. And for that, I would really like to urge all participants in Nigeria's housing market, whether in the public sector or in the private sector, to share their data. I think it's time we start driving an open source culture here, that the real IP in delivering into this market is not actually in the plans that we have or the designs. Indeed, it's not the recipe, but the quality of the cake you bake or the house you deliver is the IP is in the execution. So if we can share as much as possible in terms of our data and our approaches and our processes, that will start to stimulate the creativity of what is already a very innovative sector that's looking at a range of opportunities. And I think that's where we need to focus our efforts. Certainly CAF, my organization, we're up to the challenge. The African Union for Housing Finance is up for the challenge, and we're very keen to be working with players in Nigeria with the real estate data collection collaboration, I think it's called, with the NMRC, with Redan, with all of the partners, very keen to participate in promoting a very good understanding of the size and scope and character of the Nigerian market, and then where are the opportunities for intervention so that we can really begin to see scale and change.
Fantastic.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Excellent. So this is a clarion call: data, share data, share data. It only happens when we have a repository of data that everyone has access to. I believe every single speaker has possibly touched on this subject. I would now ask architect Musa Dangiwa, the MD of Federal Mortgage Bank, for his last words.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Jumoke. I think the operations of the world economy has been put in various degree of abeyance now due to this worldwide lockdowns occasioned with the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, where we are, honestly, because due to this pandemic, a situation that has left us no option than to ensure the full exploitation of the virtual space and the internet technology to foster this business continuity. This event is a clear demonstration that the world is now an opportunity to interface with ourselves and exchange ideas and best practices despite this pandemic. What this has taught us is to always continue to think out of the box and leverage more on technology to drive the innovations and development in the housing finance construction. At FMBN, we are trying as much as possible to show that our strategic initiatives to expand our coverage to over 30 million within the next 5 years. We are ensuring that our strategic focus has enabled us to do that. We're also focusing on integrating the informal sector through the cooperative societies, which have commenced and is getting a lot of, it's a new initiative the bank has been undergoing. We're also making a lot of ongoing toward the review of all the NHF and FMBN acts to see that those institutional investors invest properly with their own consent, with their own leverage. We're trying to see that we do that advocacy. Fantastic. We're also doing, yes. We have gone very far, especially engaging the CBN for them to engage the bankers committee so that we make our own concerted efforts toward that. The bank also is in the process of automation, which will soon be implemented to improve our operational turnaround time and introduce new innovative products to match the various housing finance sectors that we are having. So I think we're on the right track, and we're on the verge of ensuring that in Nigeria, mortgage system is in place, because our own efforts has been with the
Thank you so much.
Part of advocacy for the state adoption of the modern mortgage foreclosure law, which has been ongoing. Though it's in a low turnout, but we're ensuring that all the states are coming on board. I had the opportunity of meeting the Nigerian Governors Forum in one of the fora, where I addressed them on the issue of this, the need to engage their colleagues in adoption of the model.
Sorry that I'm going to have to cut you.
Yeah.
You have been put on notice
Thank you.
by the organizers.
Thank you.
But thank you so much.
You.
What I take away from what you've said, innovation, technology, automation, those are extremely necessary for the institution of the 21st century. And so I mean, we look forward to seeing the outcomes of all of this effort and policy in the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I will now ask Mr. Andre Asselin to give his last words as we bring this to a close.
My last words will be almost like echoes of other people's comments. The data is really important. And I think the current absence of data right now illustrates the lack of transparency. To this date, unless you're on site, maybe on site you can get this data, but on the internet, it's impossible to get information about 2019. Anything going on in the financial sector in 2019, you go on the CBN website, you take a 2020 report and it stops at 2018. You go on the websites of all the organizations involved in housing, you cannot get their delivery volumes. You have no idea what they're delivering, no idea at all. You get some photos of projects and that sort of thing, which is very nice, but you have no idea of their delivery volumes. So to me, that speaks to accountability. And without accountability, there cannot be a debate. There cannot be the right amount of pressure on the institutions that are mandated to deliver. So to me, it starts there. The Model Mortgage Foreclosure Act, this has been under debate at the council. I think it's called the Council of the Federation. Where is the reporting of their discussion? Where is that? I think right now there's perhaps four of the states that have fully embarked on implementing the model mortgage and foreclosure law and the enabling framework that was proposed there. You have no idea what's going on there. Like, I don't know how Nigerians keep themselves informed of this, let alone how do they engage in a discussion on this. Because I mean, if I've spent hours trying to dig and found nothing, and I have good contacts, if I can't find it, I don't know how the Nigerians can find it. I simply don't know how that can work, other than maybe conversation.
We hear your frustration.
That's my last comment.
Thank you.
I think you need data transparency so you can get going on these things. Nigerians know what to do. They just know what to do. They just need to have an accountability system to do it.
Right, great. Thank you. Thank you so very much. I hear you. Smart data, access to it. That's what leads us to accountability. The opaqueness of the market is killing the sector. And I'm sure that practitioners, policy formulators, developers, every other stakeholder is listening to what you have said, and we will do something about this. I would now ask Reverend Surveyor Ugochukwu to please give us his last words in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Jumoke. I will build up on what my colleagues have earlier said. Yes, I agree with data. I agree with the need for transparency, and I agree with the need for accountability. I would like to add that we need to disrupt the more current mode that we have. We've been too docile, and we feel that we are near the top of the problem. If we have millions of deficit and we are building at a rate of 50,000, it means we're going nowhere. I think that we need to sit down and hold ourselves accountable and then ensure that the value chain is properly defined, with roles assigned, and people made to operate within those roles. Furthermore, we have failed to engage the land administrators at the state government, at the state level. At FCT, for instance, you cannot get a title under 1 year, 2 years. we have to engage them disruptively. Otherwise, the number of people who are suffering, the masses will continue to suffer. And the time has come with COVID, we must have to get ourselves disruptive. We have to talk truth to power. We have had enough of this gentleman approach to these issues, and it keeps snowballing. So we have to gather the data, let the issues be known clearly, and advocate for it forcefully and not silently anymore. Between now and the 15th edition, we must have to do something and be seen to have done something, and not to come back and continue talking and talking and talking for the past years. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Reverend Chime. One word I take away from you, disruption. We must do things differently. Yeah. We must do things actually forcibly, not rudely, but forcibly. We must get things done. We must be accountable. Thank you so very much. I will quickly, we have less than 5 minutes. I would quickly ask Ian to give his closing remarks in 1 minute, please. Thank you very much.
Great. Just to build on, I completely agree with the Reverend on the last point. We need to disrupt. We don't need to dominate. This is a sector that's got $400 billion as a conservative, $400 billion as a conservative estimate of infrastructure assets that can be built. They can be built. We can build for people on low incomes at the $2,000. And we know that that can be.
Oh, it's near your office, because I have the offices.
I think that we need to take that opportunity to disrupt and give a whole load of opportunity. So we've got a proof of concept. We need it ready to scale. We'd love to hear from others who are ready to work on the development side, on the end user finance side, any part of the housing supply chain. We'd love to be a part of your success and deliver for Nigeria. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you so very much. I'm sure that a lot of people have taken note of what you said. I hear again, disrupt, but don't dominate. The market is there. There's a huge opportunity, and we should really all be actively working to bring the opportunity to fruition. Thank you so much, Mr. Shapiro. I'll now quickly ask Alhaji Magashi to give his closing remarks. 1 minute, please. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon, Jumoke, and thank you all for these very important discussions. My closing remark will still be that the most important thing is government needs to engage all stakeholders within the ecosystem and be able to integrate all the efforts being put separately in silos into one delivery system. I feel if government does the right thing, Nigerians are ready. The access to finance provided, as mentioned by the African Union Housing Finance, houses between 2.5 million and 5 million naira in scale of 5 to 6 million to 10 million. I'm sure if government provides access to finance to those who need it and provides guarantee of offtake to pay the developers, you will see the Dangotes, the Boas, the Hares Group, all of them coming into housing development, because when you're building in millions, technology will come into play, aggregation will come into play, and we will be able to deliver for the deficit that we currently have today. And what this will do to our system is that it will go in and basically unlock our economy. Over $400 billion coming into the credit system will raise our GDP by 100% or more. And that will be an exponential growth within a short time. And before we know it, we can become members of the G8 as far as the economy is concerned. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Alhaji Magashi. As usual, you have tied it back to the capital market. You were talking about development, and suddenly I hear you say, oh, 400 billion will be available for the capital market. Excellent. Thank you so much. And finally, I would ask Professor Yannick for his last words. We have 1 minute, and I'm sure shortly after that we'll be locked out. Prof, please.
Thank you. I'll still go back to the same message about the capital market. If we think about in the last few years, the Eurobond market has started from nothing. Today we have about 10.8 billion US dollars in Eurobonds from the government. We also have diaspora bond of 300 million. Just think if part of this drive was to drive housing provision through our domestic capital market, the issue of bonds and the issue of equity on the market, specifically for the purpose of housing. How much growth we would achieve in that market. Remember, I mentioned that our market relative to South Africa is about 8% of our GDP, in fact, exactly 7.2% of our GDP. South Africa's capital market, the stock exchange, is 197%. That's twice the GDP of the country. Just think of the growth opportunities that presents. It's not rocket science. It's there for the taking as we speak. The structure and the institution is there. It's for us to have the desire and the will to use it. And this is where the will must come from those who are the powers that be. And we must hold them accountable.
Thank you so much, Sir Yangete. You've circled it right back to not the institutions, but the people. And that really is the point that you have been making since you started your conversations. It's about the people. We have to hold ourselves and those who should do and be accountable. On that note, I would like to thank all our panelists, Keisha Rost, Architect Ahmed Dangiwa, Mr. Andre Asselin, Reverend Ugo Chime, Mr. Ian Shapiro, Mr. Ali Magashi, and Professor Charles Nyangete for such an amazing 2 hours and a bit session. I believe that there will be notes and hope the presentations will be shared. And I want to thank all our listeners. I hope that there's a lot of food for thought, and for people who run their businesses, you have seen opportunities, and that we'll go forward and try and make this work for all of us. Thank you so much once again, and thank you to the organizers. It has been a good afternoon. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to sincerely appreciate members of that panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone on that panel. We appreciate you, and particularly to Architect Jumoke Akinomi, who did a great job putting all of that together and helping us to observe time. We will quickly move to the next session so we can have a quick closing today. Just to remind you before we go into that, once you sign into our website, to sign in is eZ-Xpo.net/AIHS 2000. And you can go to the auditorium. To go to the auditorium, you click on day one to watch us live. We'll move quickly to the next, and this time we're talking about the 300,000 housing construction target. It is a target that is attainable. How possible is that? That's what our panelists will be looking at. Are there drawbacks? Are there fears? Are there areas we have not looked at? This discussion will lead us into that achievement. And to be able to lead us, we have the founder of Xenia Reality Limited. He is being a key player in the industry. And today, he will play the role of moderator, helping us to go into our minds and bringing out those thoughts that we need. It is our key for good news. You're welcome, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Are you hearing me?
Yes, sir. You will introduce your panelists and then you will go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to join others to congratulate. We've had a fantastic first session, and we're going to take it up from here. By the way, Alhaji Magashi, you ran away from my panel. I'm going to find you, because you're supposed to be in this panel, but somehow you decided to go and pitch tent with Jumoke. I'll take that up with you later. We are taking this session. We're looking at, of course, the nexus between housing and economic development, and how the target which the federal government has set of 300,000 houses. How we're going to be able to realize that, the challenges, particularly around the issues of finance and all the related matters in that respect. So what I'm going to do, I have, since Alaji has exited the panel, I have 4 other speakers, I think. I have Andrew, I don't know whether Andrew is already on the call, the CEO of Shelter Afrique. I don't know whether he's on the call already. I have Andrew Chiponda. I have General Tunde Rees. I have Jide Odusolu. And I have, of course, the CEO of Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Scheme, Mr. Kende Ogundimu. We're going to just proceed right away. And I'd like to start with Andrew. Obviously, Andrew will be sharing from the perspective of an international institution with significant experience in several parts of Africa, including Nigeria. You know, what are the key lessons that Nigeria can take from their experiences in other parts of Africa and indeed other parts of the world as we begin to move towards trying to realize our objective of meeting this 300,000 target, which the federal government has set. Andrew, over to you. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much to you, Hakeem, and this, very privileged panel that has been put together. I think, as a matter of protocol, just to thank the organizers of the Abuja International Housing Show for putting together what I think is a historical breakthrough in terms of virtual conferencing in terms of the housing show. With your permission, Honorable Chairman of the panel, can I perhaps maybe share my screen?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm a bit disabled, so maybe if you can just talk to the organizers so I can...
Okay, organizers, please, can you enable Andrew to be able to share his screen? I'm sure they will sort that out.
Okay, all right. Either they allow me to share or, yeah, I think they still haven't sorted it out, but maybe I can just try to start the process.
Sort it out, please.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Can you see it?
Almost. Okay, you have to open the, oh, brilliant.
Yes.
You see it?
Yeah, if you could show it, oh, brilliant.
Are you able to see it?
Yes, please.
Oh, fantastic. So I've got my 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Hakeem. Also, I have to, all protocols observed, also greet Dr. Tunde Rees, who sits on our board and has been very instrumental in terms of the strategic direction of Shelter Afrique. So in short, if I can now, I'm trying to drive it, anyway, it's fine. So in short, this is who I am, just so that you know that you are dealing with the right person. That's myself. We Shelter Afrique, Hakeem, I think believe that whilst COVID has come with all its adverse effects, we're not focusing on that. We've looked and we've said, we truly believe that investing in construction industry is actually not negotiable within the member states. Why? Because you find that across the world over, if you read the Bible in Ecclesiastes, all these things that we are seeing today have happened before. Even though this is a fulfillment of prophecy, what we're looking at now is to say the only significant way that governments can recover economically is through investing in housing because of the added benefits of increase in employment. So I think the thing to note here is the large-scale housing, we believe, is a vital way to inject the much-needed capital into the economy because of those benefits. Of course, I've given an example of the First World War, where American President Herbert Hoover talked about investing heavily in construction and infrastructure to boost the economy. So this is something which we're very aware that it is not negotiable. So we are looking at, driving all our 44 member states to start to relook at housing policy so that we look at a dedicated budgeting or budgeting for large-scale construction of housing. As we move forward, why is that the case? Of course, this is something we all know, but I think what is important to re-emphasize is this 11% global share of African urban residents, which is doubling in 30 years. And that's going to put more pressure in terms of the shortage of housing. So as we move further, we are aligned to, of course, the Sustainable Development Goal 11, which focuses on cities that provide opportunities for all to access basic services, energy, housing, transportation, and more. Because at the core of the vision of Shelter Afrique is decent and affordable homes for all in Africa. This deficit of housing is disputed. We've looked at the whole African continent at 56 million through our Center of Excellence. However, Nigeria, I've heard different figures today, a shortage of 17 million, 20 million, others have said 22 million. Our Center of Excellence, of course, estimates at 22 million, but the figure is not the issue. The issue is the deficit. So because of the deficit, it is a crisis. So that is why, it's such an important international housing show today is very important. 300,000 affordable housing projects for Nigeria. Is it doable? Yes, it's doable. We've picked up from other speakers of today that they're looking at collaboration being one of them. They're looking at public-private partnerships being one of them. But we as Shelter Afrique, looking at this project, have also started to strategize to see how best we can play a part directly, either funding the developers or funding through Family Homes Fund, or working in collaboration through the raising of a Nigeria, a Naira a housing bond. Okay, right. So our products are known, just to excite all the members that are listening in, that we've got a Shelter Afrique breakfast where we'll go into the detail of our existing products and new products tomorrow as per the program. And this is, of course, who we are, 8 years of experience. We have the Center of Excellence focus on research, capacity building, and advocacy. And this is what is now important. The fact that since we've been at inception, we've approved about 178 million US dollars worth of projects for Nigeria. And we have a Shelter Afrique state in Uyo, as you know, in Akwa Ibom state, which was financed in 1999. And of course, these are the issues, of course, we're looking at, because we've approved already 51 projects in Nigeria, but only paid out 22 of those. So we're working very hard to see how we can go, around the foreign exchange risk issues. But for me, listening to the exciting presentation today from the Federal Mortgage Bank, providing single digits housing loans, the only thing that becomes more important is this Shelter Afrique issuing a Naira bond in Nigeria. We believe that is going to be a reality so that we can provide, funding that actually is affordable. So we believe to close that construction is the panacea for building the economies because of the benefits of employment, improved GDP, improved manufacturing, slum upgrading, etc., etc. But now is the time to start doing and to stop talking. Yes, there are challenges, but there are always going to be challenges everywhere across the world, including in Africa. And what our focus is now, and we will talk about that at our breakfast tomorrow, is looking at what actually we're doing on the ground, what projects we're actually launching, and even the interventions we've had with other governments, for instance, like the government in Rwanda, where we've actually spoken to the president of the Republic of Rwanda for a special dispensation to allow our projects to continue constructing during the lockdowns, which was approved because of the realization of the importance of housing within the economies. I thank you, Hakeem, and I close on that note.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you for keeping to time. That's brilliant. I mean, quite a number of key points coming out very, very strongly from your very brief but powerful presentation. I like what you said, that we have to start doing and stop talking. We've been talking over the years, but it's time to start doing. I like the fact that you have made it clear that investing in construction is not negotiable in member states. And when we begin to see institutions like Shelter Afrique, taking this type of stand in terms of supporting construction, realizing the significance of construction in taking our economies out of the woods, that is very sweet music to our ears. We've had you also say that large-scale housing is vital to injecting the much needed capital into housing. I mean, our government must understand that we have to spend our way, and part of the appropriate place to put funding is housing, is construction. Because like I always say, for construction, the impact on the economy is immediate. There's no long cycle. Once you start construction, an industry emerges, and they begin to engage people. Thank you very much, Andrew. We're going to come back to you very, very shortly.
Thanks,
But as we all know that to build 300,000 houses, finance is very critical. And finance is critical at both ends of the ecosystem, at both the supply side and at the demand side. One of the things I've made up my mind is that for this particular conference, it's no time to dwell on the challenges. We've always known the challenges, the structure of the economy, NPR being above 10%. We've already had issues around tackling and all those issues this morning again. But I like us to be very positive and focus on what are those things that we are doing. I mean, for example, I was sharing with some people that if you look at what legislative intervention in the past 3 years, they've been very positive. The Pioneer Status legislation, the Finance Act, these are significant milestones that we have made that if we're able to properly exploit and optimize the opportunities in those legislations, we can only go very far in this industry. But I'm going to move on very quickly by inviting Kehinde Ogundiyimu, who is the CEO of the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. As we know, liquidity is very, very critical to this industry. And it is essential that we have an institution that is able to liquefy the primary mortgage banks once they originate mortgages, and I believe Kehinde is going to speak with us from that perspective. Over to you, Kehinde. You have 10 minutes, and then you come back later.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you to the organizers for this virtual conference. And then I say a big hello to my fellow panelists. I'll share my screen, but while I'm sharing that, I don't know if you can see it.
We can see you clearly. We can see the screen clearly.
Thank you. Well, let me start by saying I like what the moderator said about being positive. We've had two positive events that I would say seismic, but have been somehow unnoticed in the last few months. So about 6 months ago, we had the shorter end of the curve. I'm talking about the yield curve, dropping by about 600 to 800 basis points. So things that would have been yielding about 10, 12%, started getting a yield of about 4%. But the longer end of the curve was still very high, and that's been the case for some time until about 3 weeks ago. We saw 10-year bond, government bond, fall below 10%. And as I speak to you, as of yesterday, yields on 10-year government bond, which is about the benchmark for mortgages, is sub 9%, it's about 8.8%. So we've seen a very positive development for this sector, just looking at what is happening on the yield curve. Earlier in the day, the panelists also talked about the model mortgage and foreclosure law. There has been a lot of traction, even on that, in the last 2-3 months. Ogun State has passed it and it's now a law. Ekiti State has passed it. Nasarawa, it's at the assembly. It will be a law very soon, maybe in the next 1 or 2 weeks. Kwara State has drafted it. We have engagements with Edo, and we are getting a lot of traction even on that direction. So I'll say and these are very basic and fundamental things that is needed for us to have a thriving housing market. So those are the positive news that I want to share, but I'll quickly go through the slides. First one is just to talk about NMRC. We're a secondary mortgage player, and our primary goal is to provide liquidity to the primary mortgage market. And we do this by raising money from the debt capital market. We've done it twice, and we want to go to the market as soon as possible as well, especially with what I've just described now as a favorable interest rate regime that we have. We are praying and hoping that that will continue for some time, because it's addressing a fundamental structural challenge that we've had in this industry. I'll just quickly go to benefits. We all know the benefits of home ownership, the stability it brings to families, the vitality it brings to distressed or troubled communities, and overall growth that it brings to the economy. Home ownership also contributes to security and stability by offering homeowners protection from rising costs, increasing savings and purchasing power, and creating opportunities to borrow against equity in the home. That means other businesses can be spurred out of this. Somebody was talking about the debt capital. Debt capital is not just in the land that is untitled, but also in assets that is not being productive. And I like one of the earlier speakers said, one of the speakers in the earlier panel said, I think Kesha, he said we should begin to see houses as an asset. It's just not a shelter, but as an asset. So it's something that should yield some form of income, and we should be able to enhance the value of that asset through various means. How do we make the neighborhood more conducive? How do we make the neighborhood more safer? How do we make it more livable, so that there's an appreciation in that price of the house that you have bought? So it's not just a place where you are living in. You also have to see that, okay, this is something that I should be able to monetize. And by the time I'm passing it over or moving to another place, there'll be serious appreciation in the value of that asset. The next thing I wanted to talk about is, we've talked about these 300,000 housing units, but how do we empower? How do we increase access to this home ownership? It's easy when people talk about the supply side. Once you have the funds, you get construction started and everything can be done. But we also have to make sure that we create that, not potential now, committed people who can buy their houses. We need to have that demand that is real. So what are the ways that we can do that? And my slide is just hanging up, is not moving to the next slide. But how we can increase access to home ownership, number one, is through physical incentives. We know that the biggest challenge to people getting into a home through mortgage is the 20% equity down payment. So are there innovative ways in which we can do this? Maybe the government can give subsidies, can give grants. How can we make that burden lighter for people? Because if we reduce the amount that is required, then people can get into the homes easily. Coupled with that is maybe the Nigeria Mortgage Guarantee Company that we have. NMRC is spearheading or championing with the central bank on how to create that. That will create opportunities for people who cannot come with 20% equity down payment to come with 5%, but they have the other part guaranteed. The guarantee company will also provide default loss protection to mortgage lenders, so that they're able to now go in and issue more loans, because they know that there's some default protection. It will be doing that without making them unnecessarily assume risk that are not insurable. One other thing is also increased protection. to enable access to the industry, increase protection for the consumers, for the investors, and for taxpayers. We need to have a regime or an environment where we do not allow predatory lending, so that people know what they are going into when they're going into a mortgage. And also truth in lending, so that they are aware of all the costs. There are no hidden charges, there are nothing, everything is revealed upfront, and they know that, okay, once I get into this, because that allows for planning and better mortgagors in the future. We also need protection for investors. People will not come into a market where you do not know how long it will take for you to foreclose on an asset or for you to get back your return and things like that. And as I said earlier on, we're happy to report that we're getting a lot of traction. A lot of states now, maybe it's COVID-19 induced, are beginning to see the importance of having that legislation passed in their states. As I said, we have so many states that are on the pipeline or at the verge of passing that model mortgage and foreclosure law. One vital thing again is housing, counseling, and education. This is something that is overlooked. People need to be taught that housing, like I said earlier, is not just a place for shelter, but it's also an asset. So before they even get into the home ownership ladder, of getting a mortgage and things like that, they should be properly educated on what is required to get a home, what is required to maintain a home, what is required to improve a home, and things like that. So that by the time they get into it, they're not only surprised, they're well prepared and are going to be faithful and committed to that journey, because it's a journey. And they will also now be able to take care of that property, take care of the environment, such that there's significant appreciation in the value of those assets. We also have to have flexible underwriting standards and financing. Standards that ensure that ability to pay by considering not just the current income. What we do now is say, what's your income? They say 3 times that is what you can get. We should begin to look at future income as well. What if this man gets this small house and is able to convert part of the other one into lending and into other accommodation or stores and things like that will generate income, such that we're now looking at not just the current income, but the potential income in determining the amount of loan or the value of loans that the individual will qualify from. So these are some of the ways in which we'll be able to get people to come into the housing market and be comfortable paying down their mortgages and then be responsible citizens. There is no shortcut, anywhere in the world. The private sector will play a significant role in housing development in any nation. And we have a viable capital market in Nigeria that we need to tap into. And I'm glad to say that all the foundational things have been done or have been concluded, and we should be able to tap into that so that we begin to have that seamless transition from supply to demand, and then the cycle keeps going around. Mr. Moderator, I'll stop here for now because I think I'm approaching my time, and then we can take questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Kende. Very, very interesting perspectives. I like the fact that you have started with disseminating very positive news. We're very happy. It shows that we're making progress, albeit very little. We need to increase the pace of the progress in the market. But it's interesting. It's gladdening to see that many more states are coming onto the party, and that's very, very significant for all of us to know. We take note of your point around increasing access, because when we come to our discussion now, I like to take us on the practical step-by-step guidelines that we need to give, in terms of achieving the objectives of the 300,000 houses that we have set. Before I go to my next 2 speakers, I know that in the panel in the morning, and Kende has also made the point around the need to utilize the capital market. You guys know that this is one area in which I'm very passionate about. I've had the privilege of raising funding for real estate on the capital market like 3 or 4 times in the past 8 years. And just to give you some data, which I'm currently rounding up a project, and I took a look at some data in the past few weeks, and just to give us some insight as to the possibilities of what will happen So I was looking at the contribution of the REITs market in the US. You know, in 2018, I saw that REITs contributed equivalent of $2.4 million full-time jobs and 148 billion labor income in 1 year. Today, there are 87 million investors in REITs, in over 400,000 REIT investment funds in the US. You know, the current gross assets is over 3 trillion naira, $3 trillion actually. You know, last year, 2019, approximately 66.9 billion was paid as dividend by REITs in the US, and $59.4 billion was invested in new construction, you know, by REIT funds in the US. You know, so the possibilities, when you begin to imagine what could happen when we have 10, 20, 30 REIT funds in this country, are simply limitless, especially when we understand that under the PENCOM guidelines, you know, for funding, pension funds can only invest in investment vehicles. They cannot make direct investment in property development or property investment, you know. So we have to begin to think creatively of how to unlock this critical element of our housing ecosystem. It's not that we have arranged it this way. I have two speakers now, and incidentally, both of them, they are developers. So they're in a position to share their experience, their perspectives on how we could deliver, working with the federal government, the 300,000 houses, and especially what are the challenges that we need to look out for. You know, first of all, I'm going to call on General Tunde Rees. We all know General Rees very, very well. Apart from his exploits in the military in those days, we all know that he has also made significant contributions to housing in the private sector. He's developed some iconic estates, both at the upper, medium, and lower levels of the housing ladder in this country. And he's still working very hard, and I believe he's not tired. You know, but today we're going to call on him to share with us his perspectives on how he believes that as developers, number one, we could work with the federal government to achieve the 300,000 housing target, which has been set. What are the challenges that we need to look at, particularly the area of affordability gap, which I believe that he always speaks so anytime he speaks. General, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Kim, for that introduction, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists. I can see my MD of NMRC. Good afternoon. And my MD all the way from Nairobi, Shelter Afrique. Andy, thank you very much. And I trust all is well with Shelter Afrique. Today we are talking about this program, building 300,000 homes. That is not easy. You know, we will talk about, we like to talk about numbers. I think many years ago it was 1 million homes. At one time we had 500,000 homes, and now we are talking about 300,000. The first thing, the starting point would be to say, what is the basis of the 300,000? Is it some political, you know, derivation? Is it some figure that we have arrived at based on the resources available? And I'd also like to step back a bit and refer to what Kim mentioned when he said the next two speakers are developers. Am I really a developer? Who is a developer? I hesitate to refer to myself as a developer because that word has come with so many connotations in our industry. I prefer to refer to myself as a housing provider, an affordable housing provider. In a bid to distance myself with what the word developer has become in Nigeria. And that leads me to the very first point in terms of housing delivery, regulation. Where there is no regulation, anything goes. No serious investor will invest in an unregulated market. No serious investor will come in when you can't tell developers from cowboys. when you cannot tell scammers from licensed operators. So the first thing I'd like to recommend is that if you are going to do 300,000 homes, just do the math. Let's even assume that we are delivering at an average of 5 million naira per unit. That's a lot of money coming into the system with potential for employment. So really, we want to be sure that this money does not end up in the hands of scammers, does not end up in the hands of people who are carrying a briefcase, pretending to be developers, pretending to be housing providers, pretending to be contractors who are nothing, who have nothing to do with all of that. But they have access, and they will be the first to access the delivery of this 300,000. So regulation is key. Not only regulation in terms of delivery, we also need regulation for the entire housing ecosystem, which previous speakers have spoken to. I think Kesia shared a very nice illustration of the housing value chain. And I think my brother, Alhaji Magashi, also referred to the housing ecosystem. So it's not just dealing with individual parts of the system. We need something that addresses the entire system, wholesale. Otherwise, we are not going to get to where we want to be. This is the first step, regulation, so that serious investors can come into the market. Earlier on, I talked about access to the capital market. One of the most significant things about capital market here and all over the world is regulation, because that's what gives investors confidence. So how are they going to put their money into housing industry that is unregulated? And we have been talking about this for ages. The second thing is regulation will lead to access to capital. The second thing is this affordability gap funding, which Kim mentioned in the introduction. And someone referred to it earlier on as effective demand. How do we create effective demand? It's all too easy to attempt to produce 300,000 homes, but can people actually, the targeted households, I'm not talking about speculators, can we create effective demand from the targeted households? How do we do that? There are a number of ways and things that we have played with in the past. And we keep saying that Nigeria is not short on ideas and papers on what to do. As you've noticed, I've not come with any paper today. Not that I'm tired, but I'm exhausted from writing papers. The papers have not gone anywhere. I've been on so many committees that have come to nothing. So it's not about writing papers. What needs to be done has been said time and time again. At several fora, different people have said it. All the speakers today, brilliant presentations, brilliant papers. But the issue is the will to implement, the will to do the right thing. So are we ready to create a system that will engender access to those who really need to have these homes? Are we ready to create multiple doors for those who want to have access to these homes that will be developed? Otherwise, we may end up building the homes, and then when we find that they are not affordable, we will rush it into some uncontrolled subsidy, which is worse than targeted subsidy. In a desperate move to get people to fill up the homes, we will end up subsidizing far more. In fact, literally giving them away, not even to people who need them. But if we can plan ab initio and work out how we would ensure that the targeted households have access to this, it is possible. And there are a number of ways of doing that. We can target providing subsidy at the delivery stage. Somebody mentioned earlier on that at the very wrong time, when we should be improving access to housing, we are introducing or increasing stamp duty on property transactions. That is not going to work. So on one hand, government policy says, I want to deliver affordable housing. On another, they are charging higher taxes. So that will not help the delivery of these 300,000 homes. And then on the side of the consumers, on the demand side, we also need to look at the possibility of enhancing rental ownership. So right now, I'm not aware of anyone who provides lending to these landlords, private sector landlords, who are responsible for most of the housing stock in this country as of today. So we are over-focused in providing mortgages. So can we start to look at other possibilities? Even social landlords, like housing associations in the UK, can we start to look at creating a new class of regulated social landlords who can take on the responsibility because government has given them some subsidies and make these houses available to the targeted households under regulation again. So that is one of the ways we can provide this affordability gap funding. And since my brother, the MD of NMRC, is right here, I think it's one product that NMRC can start to look at and not limit its funding to only individuals. NMRC needs to start to look at institutional funding entities that want to be landlords, not individuals, so that way we can scale. You don't have to be dealing with retail or the retail that the primary mortgage institutions are dealing with. One landlord can take a mortgage to fund 100 units, so long as he can show the cash flow to support the mortgage. But right now, I'm not even sure that you're looking at that. So it is this kind of alternatives that we need to start to look at. Then in terms of ensuring that this investment in housing stays within the economy, we need to be very careful so that we mean well, government means well by putting in money, but we need to be careful so that that money does not end up in other economies. We are not helping other people to be more successful. We need to invest in the local industry. We need to ensure that there is intervention in our local industry, even if it's for those who are fabricating aluminum frames, doors, whatever we can fabricate locally, despite our limitations, needs to be encouraged and standardized so that as a condition, all of the input for this large-scale housing delivery will come from, as much as possible, the local industry. Then finally, delivery. How do we improve delivery? We have artisans now who grade themselves. Tomorrow I can come out and say that I'm a first-class electrician. Nobody will dispute it. And if I'm not careful, I can be given the best job available, unless, of course, you're talking of the grade A companies. So who is now responsible for certifying artisans? We need to return to that. We need to find a way to certify our artisans so that we know what they are capable of. Otherwise, we would have engaged them, especially in this, if we are building large scale, and before we know it, they've messed up the whole work and we are doing a lot of rework. So how to ensure delivery is, again, through regulation, certification of the artisans at local level, and then location is key. Let's not repeat mistakes of the past so that in a rush to deliver 300,000 housing units, you go and give people land in the back of beyond. So I think if we look at those things, we will be able to harness the potentials that is inherent in these 300,000 housing units, which the government wants to do. It's a brilliant idea. It's the right thing to do. It's not an expense. Government should see it as an investment. And I have no doubt that it should, if properly managed, it should have the right effect on the economy. Thank you very much. I think I've spoken for about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, General. You have spoken with digital accuracy, you know. Thank you for all those contributions. It's important to note your issue around regulation. Regulation is very essential. We cannot deepen the housing market in this country if we don't have a strong regulatory environment in place. You know, I've been on road shows all over the world, you know, trying to raise funding for development. And I mean, part of the issues that you face is issues around the unstructured market in which we operate. The will to implement, I mean, we cannot run away from that. We are not bereft. We're not bereft of ideas and strategies and plans in this country. I've been coming to Abuja International Housing Show now for about 8-10 years, you know, and every year we keep on churning out these lofty ideas, you know. But like Andrew said earlier, it's time to start acting and to start doing and stop talking. Skill sets, we're going to come back to that. That's one area in which I'm particularly interested, you know. Well, I still want to be described as a, you know, as a developer, but it carries a lot of advantages also, if you get what I mean. Now, I'm going to go to my next speaker, who is obviously not, certainly not the least speaker. I mean, he's a lawyer, you know, so we share some things in common. So if I give him 15 minutes, you will understand why. He's a lawyer, you know, but more importantly, you know, he describes himself as an innovative entrepreneur. If you look at Jide's LinkedIn page, the kind of materials, like the one he has posted in the past 24 hours or so, some Harvard business review, I mean, it shows somebody with a different mindset, you know, from so many people in this industry. So he's a lawyer, he's an entrepreneur, but more importantly, he's been on both sides of the divide. You know, he's been in government, you know, he's tasted what they taste. I never saw him faint anyway. He has never fainted, you know, but he's seen the other side of government, you know, and he has come back to us. I told him that we are waiting for you here. He has come back to us, you know? And I must say that I have been very impressed by his seamless transition back into the private sector. With the significance of you having an address, as they say. So you don't just keep circulating yourself even after you leave office, you know. So I'm going to give Jide Odusolu 12 minutes, because he's my learned friend, you know, to share his perspectives on this particular issue. Thank you, Jide.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for that introduction, Kim. And you're right, having an alternate address helps us to be able to do things right. Before I start, could you please allow me to be able to share my screen?
Organizers, please, let's do that for him.
Okay, thank you. Now, sorry, I hope everybody can see this.
Yeah, but you need to show it.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do now. That's what I want to do now. Yes, so, well, it's an honor to be on this panel, and putting me after General Rees is a bit unfair, because if you say I've been on both sides, I don't know how you will describe General Rees. I mean, we call him General, but he's also doctor, you know, I mean, chairman of FHA, so he knows how this works. And putting me with Kim and my brother Chiponda, I mean, you're being unfair, but hey, I'm going to try my best. So we're talking about housing, and I love the way everybody has been speaking in the last few minutes. And the one thing that I think I want to start with, I know we see this all the time, but I like numbers speaking to us. We're a population of 200 million Nigerians. Over 50% of that would qualify as what we call adults in this part of the world, 18 and above. Our urbanizational rate, we all know these numbers, it's over 50%. Our GDP for 2019 was 446 billion. It's going to drop this year, according to IMF, by 5.4, but that's a whole lot of money. I mean, put in perspective, we're going to go down by 5.4%. America is going down by 6%. Europe is down. Everywhere is down. COVID has been a leveler and an exposer of all the frailties of the world economy as it's currently structured. But when you come to Nigeria, the number that keeps hitting me in the eye that I cannot swallow is that 70% of Nigeria's GDP is informal. Now, it took me a while to understand what informal meant, because to me, in the past, I used to think informal meant the artisan on the street or the trader in the market, until I realized that informal also includes you and I. Because informal in the eyes of MBS basically means everybody that is not in the government captured flows. And real estate, General Rees alluded to it. Kim, you yourself have alluded to it. Real estate is one of those areas that is highly unstructured. So no matter what volumes we do, we're tagged informal. And the truth is that we are the drivers of the economy. Now, put that side by side with the fact that in Nigeria to date, all we have is 26,000 mortgages. Kehinde is doing fantastic work at NMLC. Femi is trying to do fantastic work at FHL. Alhaji Dangiwa is doing a huge amount at FMBN. But despite all their collective efforts, you're still battling with 28,000 mortgages. That tells you there's a huge problem with the system. And like you rightly said, I like to think as a disruptor. And as a disruptor, I think different. And the sector that comes to mind for me when it comes to disruption in Nigeria is the fintech sector. If you know what those guys are doing, they've totally upended the game as far as fintech in Nigeria is concerned. But with all the volume of what they've done, it's not as big as real estate. So why do we struggle? I look at it and I look back at us. I am a developer. We can't change that for generaries. No matter what you want to call yourself, you're still a developer. And look, yes, we have a lot of shady deals going on in the sector because it is unregulated, like he also mentioned. So what is our problem? Why do we struggle, like Kim said, to attract capital? Why is it that despite all our best efforts, I mean, between the four of us here on this forum, we're responsible for doing over 1,000 homes each in this country, and yet we cannot command capital. If we were to be in America or in Europe or even in Ghana, all of us would be awash in capital. So why is it that you go to a meeting, despite all your credentials as a seasoned developer and provider of housing, and you cannot get treated with respect? It boils down to data. It boils down to structure. It boils down to the opacity of the structure as it currently is. If you look at Nigerian economy, and this is where I'm glad that Jumoke is not on this forum because this is where she always fights me. I always say that social housing is not achievable in Nigeria until you can have achieved standard housing. Put it in perspective for you. Out of the 100 million working class Nigerians, even if you assume an employment rate of 40%, so we say we have 60 million employed Nigerians. Out of that 60 million employed Nigerians, 30% of them comfortably will be middle class. Middle class means that they're earning or they have monthly disposable income above 150,000 naira. Disposable income means money they can burn. How many of them own homes? How many of them are real estate investors? How many of them have landed assets that they can actually unbundle tomorrow, take over to NMLC or take over to any financial institution and get capital to invest in business? Very low. If you're lucky, you're going to find maybe 10%. So our problem, in my opinion, is with us. I have chosen to discount government. As you rightly said, I have been in government, I've worked in government, and I know government has its limitations, so I discount them. Real estate is a driver for economic growth, but it's a driver that is driverless, for lack of a better illustration. It's like buying a Ferrari car and then put it on the road and give it to a learner driver to drive. It's going to get a train wreck. Our industry lacks transparency. Our industry lacks structure. Our industry lacks verifiable data. And because it lacks verifiable data, majority of people that invest in housing today cannot unlock their values. They cannot unlock the money they put in property. Somebody spoke earlier about farming and the fact that we need to build homes for farmers. If a farmer were to decide tomorrow that he wants to build homes in his farms, can he take that home and use it as collateral? Can the bank trace the record? Is there any verifiable land bank or registry, whether housed in the private sector or in the public sector, that houses data that can tell you this house? Okay, I mean, let me even flip it. If you try and do a valuation today in Nigeria, take any property anywhere, call 5 different valuers. What is the standard matrix they use to value that asset? Is it verifiable? Can it be independently assessed? It can't. And because it cannot be, we cannot unlock the market. So for me, the question we then ask ourselves is, where do we go from here? Government is talking about doing 300,000 homes. I'm sorry, I don't believe government should be in the business of building homes. General Rees can verify what I've just said. He knows the ones that they've tried to do before, where are they today? When government tries to build homes, it basically is driven by political considerations. It's driven by regional considerations. It is not driven by economics. It is not driven by science. So government ought not to be in the business of building homes. Government ought to be in the business of creating an enabling environment for real developers. Developers with capacity, with competence, with traction to actually go out and build these homes. So what are my own quick thoughts on how we can do this? First, I believe that the approach being used right now is wrong. Government should involve sectoral players. We have radar, we have many institutions. You can verify who is the developer. It's as simple as saying, for you to participate in this scheme, you must have done 100 homes anywhere in Nigeria. You'll be shocked if you use that measurement index. 80% of those who call themselves developers are not tapped. Let's be honest. So if you start by saying, okay, for you to participate in this, you must have done at least 100 homes, you will get serious players. Now, when you take a serious player, you cannot have a one-size-fits-all approach to housing. What will work in Lagos will not work in Suleja. And what they will want in Suleja is not viable in Enugu. So you cannot sit down in Abuja and say you want to do 300,000 homes. We're going to have 10 months. I mean, the factor I found absurd is saying you're going to create standardized designs. You're going to get young people to create designs, and you're going to push it out there. It's not economically viable. It's not economically sustainable. So that whole process has to be reviewed. It has to be reworked. There's a product mismatch. There's a funding mismatch. I believe that if, and Kim is here, if Kim is offered an opportunity today, that Akende in NMRC will give him a guarantee that says if he delivers 100 homes anywhere in Nigeria, Kende will provide funding for the off-takers. Akim will not need to ask him for 1 naira. He can source capital. That's the truth. That's how it works. So we've got to look at how to reorient our industry. We need to look away from government to orient our industry to actually make it sustainable. We've got to fix the local gap. One thing COVID has shown is that there's a massive challenge when your entire system is import-driven. It won't work. I can take a bet with you today that those 300,000 homes, you will find 300,000 roofed carcasses. If we're lucky, we will get 10% of them habitable. So we've got to reorient and rethink the entire system. So if we're going to do that successfully, my thinking is that we need to involve the players in the industry. We need to look at how we can synergize across the various states. And then we need to then begin to partner ourselves. One of the things I'm going to be talking about at later sessions is some of the models we are creating to do demand aggregation. We do not need to compete with ourselves as developers. The market is a wide blue ocean, but we need to agree together to create standards. Generally spoke about standards. We can create standards for ourselves and self-regulate and self-enforce. If we wait for government to create processes for us, they can't, because they do not understand our industry. They do not understand the challenge of our industry. So we've got to create those processes, we've got to create those standards, and then we've got to enforce them. And that way we can build a structured industry that works for all of us. So I'm going to stop here for now. I have more to say, but I'm going to stop here because I don't want to take too much time. Thank you.
Moderator, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Jide, for the very interesting perspectives that you've brought to this discourse. I'm going to come back to you very, very soon. You know, we cannot overemphasize the issue of data. I mean, all through the sessions this morning, you know, we've mentioned the issue of data, the fact that the whole market is opaque, you know, and we need to be a lot more transparent. One area, and that is, I believe that's why we are friends, one area that we share the same view is that government has no business in building houses. This has been my view forever. You know, it creates conflict of interest because you have a regulator who is now also, who has become a player, you know, and, yes. And the result is what you see. We've seen it all over the place, you know. I make no apologies about that at all. I say it everywhere, that government has no business. Government can create an environment, government can work with us to prove the concept. But for government to start appointing contractors, to start going to sites, to start doing, the result is all you see on Channels News in the past few days. You know, I like the issue of that you have mentioned around segmentation. You know, a lot of the time when I see these policies and they start to just create a one-size-fits-all framework for everybody, I always stress that even in Lagos, there are about 5 different markets. The dynamics of lending is different from the dynamics of Ikeja, from the dynamics of Okokomaiko. You have to understand that. You know, I have been privileged to have been a national developer. I haven't built in Lagos, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt, in Asaba. You cannot imagine the fundamental differences in the way things are done in those locations. You know, so when we begin to have a framework that is looking at Zamfara as Lagos as Ibadan, it just cannot work. And I agree with you absolutely on that. You know, but let me go back to our speakers. We have entered the discussion part of the. I'm going to come back to you first of all, Andrew. Andrew, I need you to share with us, you know, because we have to be a bit pragmatic now, in terms of lessons from other jurisdictions. What do you think are the critical success factors that you think we must focus on now? You know, Andrew, are you there? You know, lessons from other jurisdictions, you know, from the vantage position that you sit. What do you think are the critical success factors that Nigeria should focus on as we begin to work towards actualizing this 300,000 housing dream?
Thank you very much, Hakeem. Look, I have to say that, you know, I respect, you know, the brilliant presentations we've just, you know, received exactly now. And I think one of the lessons, just to get stuck into it, is, you know, there has to be a very strong political will. You know, when we talk of 300,000 housing units, it just means that even right from the budgeting point of view, there has to be outright allocation of the necessary funds. When you look at the quantum and resources involved in just putting that kind of funding in play, as usual, government continues to provide an enabling environment. The offtake has to be very clear, but I think more importantly, one of the things we strive is to encourage public-private partnerships. Dr. Rees talked about having proper regulation to ensure that, you know, the investment comes through. But when we look at other jurisdictions outside of the many states in Nigeria, for example, in Rwanda, the government just created an enabling environment, provided the land, provided the necessary infrastructure subsidies, and then, you know, we were able to fund, you know, competent developers to build the 3,000 units that we are building there. When you go to other countries as well, you know, whether it's South, whether it's Zimbabwe, whether it's on the West side, you know, Cameroon, you know, Cote d'Ivoire, etc., it always starts with a strong political will. And then, of course, the political will then drive the necessary regulation, and then we'll also create opportunities for the private sector, because the key thing here is that everything has to happen in collaboration. You know, this is not just to leave it to say government or government agencies must deliver on the 300,000. You know, what you find in South Africa is that the government actually regulated when it talks to banks to say, when it comes to affordable housing, X amount, I think it was about, you know, in the billions of rands, about 560 billion must be used to fund affordable housing in the bank. It was a charter that was created purely because of the, you know, historical challenges of South Africa with apartheid, etc. But that was the time where you saw a lot of delivery of actually 4 million houses were actually delivered post the you know, apartheid era. So yes, I think yes, you know, one cannot, you know, generalize. I mean, for us as Shelter Afrique, we respect the local expertise and knowledge of the people in Nigeria. So what we do is we would rather come and not prescribe solutions for Nigeria. We will never understand it than the people who live in Nigeria. I mean, Nigerians, very, very intelligent and competent people, but we then come in and partner. For instance, if Family Homes Fund is looking for some sort of funding, we can provide a line of credit. If specific developers have already received money from the banks to fund the 300,000, but the bank is asking them for an equity contribution. If they can show proof that they've already got a term sheet, we can provide them with that equity contribution. And of course, Kienda, I sit with him on the board of the Africa Union of Housing Finance. And, one of the partnerships we can provide for Nigeria, mortgage refinance company is to actually put in a contribution to the Nigeria Mortgage Guarantee company so that we can unlock the investing, or let's call it or crowd the investment of supporting the 300,000 housing units. But we, as Shelter Afrique, are just committed to the right vehicle, the right counterparty, like any other bank, but we're able to provide loans that are longer term. And I think the challenge is, of course, around coming up with pragmatic solutions on the Forex matter. It cannot be a problem for our clients or counterparties. We have to work together to resolve these solutions so that we can get to add value, not only to the Nigerian market, but also to our shareholder, Nigeria, which is a very significant shareholder of Shelter Afrique. Hakeem, thank you very much. That's my contribution.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for those interesting perspectives. General, I'm coming back to you now. We know that government has declared this intention on 300,000 houses, like you said. It's a fantastic idea. I've said that we shouldn't focus on the negatives at this conference, but in terms of deep-seated systemic issues, which we just need to clear out of the way if we must make it work. Can you just help us to decipher the 2 or 3 things? What are the 2 or 3 things that you want to advise, as we run this journey towards 300,000 houses?
Thank you very much, Kim. Yes, as maybe you've coined a new term, local developers and national developers. We recall that the Nigerian Army Housing Scheme delivered estates in 20 states of the Federation without government funding. It was self-funded by a cooperative arrangement. So I will move on from that and say the very first step is to mobilize and validate offtake, which was what we did with the Nigerian Army Housing Scheme. We mobilized independent contributors who have indicated to us that they would like to live in XY location, and they were willing to pay so much for the houses. So before we even started building, we had more than enough off-takers on a waiting list. And how were they going to access this money? It was made clear to everybody. So mobilization and validation of the potential off-takers by location is critical. We need to tell them exactly where we intend to build the houses. Not that I say, oh, I want a house in Lagos, and then you take me to somewhere on the border of Ogun State, with apologies to Jide, and say I'm living in Lagos. The second thing is that, which is probably the most important, everything stands or falls on leadership. Maybe that's because of my barrack background. I've left the barracks more than a decade ago, but it hasn't left me. Everything is about the commander. Who is the commander in charge of housing delivery in Nigeria today? There's no clear leader. There's nobody that we can singularly hold accountable for the delivery of housing. Everybody is dependent on somebody else. So that needs to be sorted out. Whoever is going to be in charge of this housing delivery program of government must genuinely be in charge and find a way to mobilize support from the states from the beginning. Any state that is not willing to subordinate themselves to that command does not need to be part of it. So that needs to be made clear. Command and control lines must be very clear and well-defined. Who is in charge? Because this commander of the housing sector will need to develop the housing ecosystem you talked about, the entire value chain, and make sure that it is not functioning in silos. it is functioning as one homogeneous entity, which currently it is not. We are almost working at cross purposes. So we need that, that clarity of who is in charge. Then the third thing I like to talk about is that government investment should not be seen as the sole source of funding. I would like to invite government to use whatever its investment is as the seed capital to trigger the affordable housing fund from the capital market.
Yes.
So that private sector investors can invest in that fund on a competitive return basis. And then finally, this development, because we are now in the post-COVID era, must be COVID compliance. So the design of these housing units must be subjected to professional debate to ensure that it meets the requirement of the new normal that we are about to face. I think if we are able to drill down on this, leadership, mobilization and validation of offtake, government investment as seed capital for a private sector-led fund, and COVID compliant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you. I mean, you've just hit the nail on the head. You know, sometimes, you know, with all due respect, when I listen to CBN speak on housing, I'm wondering who is the minister of, I'm wondering, and that is with every sense of responsibility to the Central Bank of Nigeria. Some of the policy initiatives which I've seen. I mean, during in UK, for example, the secretary in charge of housing came before everybody and said, "I'm going to deliver this. I will do this. I will do this. I will do this." Yeah, then we're all accountable. But here you have a lot of other tunes, a lot of disparate statements all over, and you don't know exactly what you need to do. But you have raised a very fundamental point. You have preempted the question I was going to ask, the year I was going to raise with Kende. Generally, it's as if you were reading my mind, because one of the things I see, I'm already hearing a lot of vibes around these 300,000 houses. And it's like government is looking for money to create 300,000 houses. That is a very wrong mentality. That is very, very, I always say that in this country, we do property development, we do property management, we don't do property investment. Government should look for money to create the initial seed capital, maybe for 50,000 houses. Then we should create vehicles and warehouse those assets and create further fund in the market. That is exactly what we need to do. We're not supposed to be, government is not supposed to be looking for money to build 300,000 houses, and I'm happy that we have NMRC, this is an area in which I have done a few things, and we understand what should be done. We cannot be looking for money for 300,000. If you calculate the value, the cost of 300,000 houses, some people in presidency, they will drop this idea. But if we know that all we raise seed capital to deliver 50,000 houses, and then you create appropriate vehicles, and then you invest, by bringing in other seed investors into the whole ecosystem, life becomes easy. I don't know, because I wanted to ask Kende to really share his perspectives on how we can really create the right sort of framework that will enable federal government to deliver these houses, without so much sweat, since there are so many competing alternatives, for the funding of federal government. Thank you. Kenny, over to you.
But let me first start by addressing two things that General Reeves had raised. He said two fundamental things, and I think I need to start paying him for consultancy services or advocacy services. The first thing he mentioned was about rental housing, and he just spoke my mind. We at NMRC, we have been working on an initiative to begin to securitize the cash flow from rental housing, because we believe that that's a viable sector on its own. So how will that work, if people have 2 or 3 houses with 10 occupants and things like that? Can we securitize the cash flow for them so that we give them cash flow to do other things, and then you create that cycle? So fantastic point that he has raised. And the good thing is that some of my regulators are here and listening, so they will know that it's not just coming from things that we are thinking, but the market also agrees. You also raised one other fundamental point is about refinancing corporates. In fact, we have sent a request to our regulators, and it was turned down because we wanted to do something similar. Instead of doing one house, 2 houses, can we do 100 houses from a corporate organization? And refinance that, that's something that, so I was so glad when you said it. I said, oh my God, this general is really leading the troop here. So those are things that we're working on. And I think as we begin to say this in different fora, you and ourselves, people will begin to see that we need to come out of these rigid regulations or a little inflexible. And I see the reasons why the regulations are a little rigid for now is because we are still very new, and so they are scared of the risk and things like that, But at least as we begin to speak now, people begin to realize that there are ways to move forward, to do these things. So thank you, General, for those 2 comments. We're working internally on securitizing the cash flow from rental assets. And then we're also looking at how do you refinance corporates, instead of doing one loan. If I can do 200 loans from General Rees and another 200 from 05, it's faster and better and things like that. So on the question that was raised, I think it's been said by everyone here, the government should just provide the enabling environment. This thing has to, we use their money to crowd in private sector fund, because it gives them guarantee, it gives assurance to the private sector that the government has a skin in the game and things like that. And they can do this by so many means. One of them, as I said, is subsidy, which is something we have been working with. So it could be subsidy on the construction arm to reduce the cost, and it could be subsidy also on the effective demand side, which is, we had something that we have been working with Central Bank on, which is the mortgage interest drawback fund. There could be other things, a brilliant example might be creating second mortgages, where the interest might be free for the first 5 years, similar to what FHF is trying to do. So many other things that, but again, and I agree with my fellow panelists, they should just provide the support and the enabling environment, and then we will go to the capital market to raise the funds needed for this. And then there's clear segregation. The pension fund will not invest in anything that is not a fund. That is managed properly, has good governance structure and things like that. So there'll be clear segregation. If your business is just to build houses, you'll be building and delivering those houses and passing on to the next guy who is also well structured and well governed, and then the regulations and the rules are clear and things like that. So I think this is, as I said, I started with the good news. The good news is that 10-year money now is sub 9 as of today, and we hope it to remain that way. So single digits is here or almost here if it's not here already, which was the biggest barrier on the demand side, and it also translates on the supply side. So it looks like we're tackling those issues, and then what the government just needs to do now is just create those environment that is necessary, and then maybe put some seed money to catalyze or crowd in other funding sources from the capital markets, and we'll be there. But I'm very optimistic and I'm about what we are doing at NMRC, and about what, even though some people are tired, but I think we're almost at that edge of success. We should not be tired, like General Rees said. He's been on this for some, but I think we're closer than we think, and we should not give up at this time. I believe that with the right incentives from government, just to encourage those in the private sector, and then we can crowd in funds and do this appropriately. I'll stop there now, Mr. Moderator.
All right, thank you. Before I come back to take my final round of comments, Judy, I mean, you've been in government, you're now working on your own, and you mentioned tangentially the issue of data aggregation, which I'd like you to speak to. Incidentally, I sit on the board of First Homes Africa. Professor Charles Young is the chairman, and a whole lot of work is going on in terms of aggregating data, so that we understand. So today they're able to tell me these are many people who need 2-bedroom flat in Lekki. These are many people who need 3-bedroom flat. This is their income profile and things like that, And it's coming up, I believe, very, very, very strongly, because General Rees has really hit the nail on the head. one of the critical success factors of this journey is the need for validated and profiled off-takers. So we're not building in the air. You know, I don't want to be too opportunistic. I don't want to be too speculative, you know. I like to do targeted development. And when I have profiled, confirmed, validated off-takers, my life becomes very easy. So I like to speak to that issue of data aggregation as a constituent of the success factor of this 300,000 housing journey. Over to you, Jide. You need to unmute. I think you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you hear me? All right. Thanks so much for what you said. Thanks so much for what you said. And the truth is that after spending so many years as a private developer and then going to run OPIC for 6 years, you're right. The power of data became crystal clear to me. And the first thing we did in the last 1 year of coming back into private sector was to set out to create a model that makes it easy to actually farm data. What I mean by farm data, it's pretty similar to what Professor Yagete and the First Homes team are trying to do. What we've basically done is to look at it and say, okay, one of the major demands of people is the opportunity to be able to buy homes and trade homes transparently. Now, we know there are issues around documentation. We know there are issues around titling. We know there are issues around transparency. So what we've done is to invest in a process, and we're now about to launch it, where we created a demand aggregator app, what you could call a digital marketplace for developers. You know, we spoke about creating standardization. We spoke about being self-regulated. We realized that you cannot leave it to government because government is woefully inept at doing it. I love the way General Rees puts it. Who is the leader? Who polices the marketplace? There's nobody. So we have to self-police. So what we've done is to create an app that we call STO. STO basically is an acronym for Safe to Own Housing Scheme. And STO is designed to create a marketplace for where we're starting with our own projects, but we intend to onboard other developers that are interested to create a digital marketplace where developers can onboard their projects that meet standardized, specific guidelines, and we can now sell it to willing people in the market. One of the things I found most amazing is that we have not even launched the product, and we already have a data bank of over 1,000 people who are writing us of their own accord, saying, oh, I want flats in Enugu. Oh, I want bungalow in Kaduna. Oh, are you planning to come to Suleja? And we're aggregating information that we're not even soliciting for, because there's a huge market. There's pent-up demand, but there's also fear. Now, if you create an application, you create a digital marketplace that every developer is taking part in, what you then find is people that want to buy homes can go on there, they can profile developers, they can profile locations, they can profile projects and say, this is what my pocket, this is the power of my purse. This is what I can invest in. Now, people like Shelter Africa then come on board. And when you say to Shelter Africa, okay, come and invest in we developers, you can actually tell them we have an aggregated demand of 1,000 people who can afford or who have been saving up to this amount. I mean, one of the things that we've been working on at the back end with NMRC, and the team in NMRC has been doing a lot of phenomenal work in the background to try and systemize the entire industry. One of the things we said to them was, okay, can we have a link to the mortgage marketplace? And when we spoke to the IT guys, they gave us the specifications. You've got to do this, you've got to do that. And once you do it, we will link you to our digital marketplace. Once you link that, what it means is that somebody is buying one of your homes. Let's say you're building in, I don't know, let's say you're building in Surulere. And the person wants to buy, it can go on that digital marketplace called which Store is building, subscribe for that home, and you will get paid. And the banks that are on the NMRC mortgage place can immediately buy into that particular person's credits and take it, because that is what we are lacking. Now, closely mixed, I think one thing that we need to look at when you're talking about this government's 300,000 home initiative is I'll say it again, but the government has any business trying to do it themselves. I read that they're planning to incentivize states to provide land, and you said it. States will go and give you a bush somewhere and tell you this is where we want to give you the land. But how does government make sure it achieves its goal, at the same time makes it attractive to developers? Very simple. What I would do, if you ask me, is to give location incentives. So if First World Realties, for instance, is giving Ikorodu, I will give First World Realties tax subsidies, all sorts of concessions for agreeing to go to Ikorodu to go and put that project in place. It means automatically from the beginning, before delivering one housing unit, First World Realties already knows where its profit is coming from. At the same time, once I've done that, I will again give First World Realties a purchase guarantee and say for every single home you deliver of 5 million naira or 10 million naira, hi, government guarantee you. If nobody buys it, I will buy it and give it to civil servants. The third thing I'll then do, I'll say to First World, because what am I trying to do as government? I'm trying to create jobs, isn't it? So I'll say to First World Realties, for this project to qualify for my location incentive, for it to qualify for the purchase guarantee I'm giving you, you must guarantee me that every single house will deliver 50 local jobs. And you must guarantee me that those are people that you're going to train and certify. Now, imagine if you have 36 developers in Nigeria, I'm just saying, located in every state, giving such terms of engagement. You will be shocked that each one will deliver a minimum, even in the poorest state, of 350 to 1,000 homes without asking government for a dime in advance. And then what can then happen? People like NMRC, people like family-owned funds will then come in and serve as the offtake outlets. You have soldiers, and I mean, it's easy to use generalists because he's here as a soldier. Imagine if a captain that gets, I don't know what they call them when they give them their ranks, is made a captain today. And you tell him immediately, because you're a captain in the Nigerian army, you are automatically qualified to own a bungalow anywhere of your choice in Nigeria. What else is the man looking for? Why do policemen on the streets do toll gating? Because they're looking for that toll gate money to subsidize their income. Imagine that policeman knows that his family is living in a very comfortable 2-bed somewhere that has been guaranteed by government. It will keep working hard and we'll get a system that works. So in my opinion, these are the things that need to happen. But again, we can't leave it to government. That's why we are creating the digital marketplace that we call STO, that we're going to onboard other developers onto so that we can actually use private sector resources to create a model that works. And then hopefully at that point, the government will realize that it's better for them to just partner with us than to go and waste money and have people going to faint at National Assembly because they cannot defend what we do with resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's been a very, very interesting 1 hour, 20 minutes. I want to start rounding up now, and I'm just going to go around all the panelists just for your last word for this panel, whether by way of advice, by way of suggestions, or what you think we should be looking at, or what are expectations, after we've had a panel like this and the first one that we've had in the morning. And I'm going to start with the general because it's the one leading the troop on this panel. I'm just assisting him.
Well, thank you very much, Kim. I don't know, this is a retired general. I'm speaking from my village in Badore in Lagos. I've been 10 years out of service. But honestly, I believe that this is a welcome development from government to invest in housing. Housing is right at the heart of citizenship. A sovereign state is about a physical, geographical location. If as a citizen, I cannot indicate, no matter how tiny the dot is in that geographical entity, what belongs to me as a citizen of that sovereign state, then I don't feel I have a stake in that sovereign state. So really, not until government starts to invest in housing on this sort of scale can we truly begin the socioeconomic development of our people. One of the surest ways to eradicate poverty is through housing. So many government policies across the world have demonstrated that. So if government can take this initiative seriously and ensure that they take advice and learn lessons from previous attempts, then we will have something to record in history that truly this government kickstarted the true socioeconomic development of the citizens of Nigeria by investing appropriately in housing. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Andrew, last comment for this panel. We're meeting you at breakfast tomorrow, don't worry. But for this panel.
No, we'll be providing a free virtual food. Thank you very much, Hakeem. Thank you for that. But I have to say that I completely concur with the words of wisdom from General Dr. Tunde Rees in terms of the 300,000 mark. What we do believe from a Shelter Afrique perspective, Hakeem, is that by stating we want 300,000, that shows strong political will. And we should find ourselves, whether we're in private sector, banking, or even in government, we need to collaborate to realize this dream, purely because housing is a crisis, not only in Nigeria, but in all countries, throughout the world. So I think my parting shot would be, there's no ways we can be in competition because the demand is so high. We need to work in collaboration. And I have to say I support Jide's point around the fact that clear incentives must be defined so that developers know when they go to specific locations, they are supported. So I have to say, we have to get it right in terms of the delivery of 300,000. Otherwise, if we can't get it right in Nigeria, then what chance do we have everywhere else across Africa? Because Nigeria is really the place that we all look at to provide not only the flagship, but also the key lessons of how we can do affordable housing in the most effective and efficient manner throughout the whole of Africa. Thank you, Hakeem, for this opportunity, and to my fellow colleagues, Kainde, Dr. Tunde Rees and Jide. I feel honored and privileged just to be part of the panel, and I've also learned across, as we've been proceeding. Thank you very much, Moderator and Chairman Hakeem.
Thank you. Over to you, Kenny.
Thank you, Moderator. I think my final comment is just the fact that it's a good plan to want to build 300 houses, but the most important thing is that, as the General stated earlier, we have to make sure that we have those who will offtake them before we even start construction. We have to build them in locations that will make sure there is appreciation in the value of the assets with time, and then they don't just become slums or places for criminals and others to use as hideouts. At NMRC, we'll continue to partner with every operator in the build sector from throughout the entire value chain. We will continue to do that, and where we need to stand alone, we'll stand alone, just to make sure that we get things done for the interest of Nigerians and to make sure that housing becomes more available and affordable to Nigerians. Thank you, Moderator, and I'm so excited to have been with these panelists. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Jide, last word for this panel.
Well, I'm humbled to be here. What I would say is housing is a right, and the economic freedom that it brings is something that we owe to every Nigerian. The plan to do 300,000 homes, while laudable, is one that should be implemented carefully. I do not believe that this is an opportunity for contractors. What government should look for are investors. So anybody who is going to take part in this building this 300,000 homes must be able to demonstrate that they're putting skin in the game. This is not an opportunity for political patronage. It's fine. You can have political patronage. Let them go and support other players that are actually investors. Do not give anybody money and say, oh, just go and build homes. We've gone past that stage, and this government is doing something fantastic. And I look forward to them partnering in the private sector and making it a reality. I'm honored to be on this panel, and I wish everybody well.
Thank you very much. I mean, the honor really is mine as a moderator. I was supposed to speak also on this panel before Festus changed my role to that of that of a moderator, which I've enjoyed very, very, very thoroughly. It's been an honor moderating this panel. A whole number of very, very outstanding issues have been raised, and I believe that Festus and his team, they've taken note. I think one point that Kenny made, which we should not lose sight of, is the fact that it appears that for the first time in about 10 years, real estate really has a fighting chance against other asset classes. Because when you see yields on TB falling to 3%, and you see yields on 10-year bonds falling to some 9%, it means that as a real estate player, if you're able to create an asset that gives 6-7% for the first time, your story will be a bit appealing to those who are on the other side of the table. And clearly it wasn't 2-3 years ago. When TB in 2017, when TB went to 17-18%, it was impossible for you to pitch real estate to anybody. So that's a very critical and very important development, very fundamental macro variable. I hope it stays like that for quite some time, so that we can take advantage of the opportunities coming therefrom. The other point I like to mention is I always like to say that my approach is to, at any point in time, look at the rather than complain, look at the loss and see the opportunities available. And I encourage all participants, to take a very close look, first of all, at the pioneer status legislation. I think it's the most comprehensive that we've had in 30-40 years, and there are interesting incentives for developers and housing and affordable housing providers, because it means that if you package your product in your development in a vehicle and you could get that status straight away, you are relieved of 32% tax, which is a lot of money. So those are the kind of things that I believe we also should be looking at, to enhance our capacity to play in this market. I also mentioned at the beginning the Finance Act. Significant innovations have come through the Finance Act, and for the first time, all the issues around double tax have been resolved finally. Not only, and this time around, government has done something very good, which must be commended. The act was enacted, and 4 months later, FRS issued a circular to further explain the gray areas of the act. So I think that, this is a time to begin to think creatively on how to begin to put together those vehicles that we can use to aggregate capital in the market. The final point which I want to make also, which has been made by almost everybody on this panel, is around collaboration. I'm a very strong apostle of building winning collaborations. I always call it winning collaborations as opposed to harmful competition. In this industry, too many of us like to work in silos. If you go to Lekki Axis, you see everybody developing an estate. They're building their own roads, they're building their own swimming pool, they're building their own everything, individual estates. How about coming together and say, okay, for this area, let's come together, let's build something big, a facility center, of course, that is COVID compliant, which we all can use, So I believe that as a nation, like General said, the fact that government has even declared this and they have given us something to talk about, I believe that is the first step in the right direction, but we have to do it well. We have to take logical, measured steps. I agree with Jide. This is not a project for contractors. This is a project for investors who will put skin in the game. We shouldn't come back here next year and begin and not have anything concrete to show for this journey that we're about to embark upon. On that note, I'd like to thank my fantastic panelists, General Tunde Rees. Always a pleasure talking to you, sir. Andrew, all the way from across the land. Jide, Kenny,
thank you so much.
Together. God bless you. Please, let's all meet Andrew together at breakfast tomorrow. He has assured me that he will give us e-coffee, and then we'll take more information about his business. Thank you very much. Over to you, organizer.
Thank you.
On that note, thank you very much. And God
thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Appreciate you for that wrap up.
Wow.
We've had a great outing, and we want to once again thank Hakeem Oguniro for doing a great job at moderating and helping us to summarize everything that we have said very, very aptly. We've had a wonderful session today, and this is coming from the organizers who both have a program on AIT and on TVC to assure you that what we have discussed is the federal government's target of providing 300,000 housing units. And we want to assure you that everything you have said will be shared to the world. People are listening right now, but we'll also share them on our program that come up on AIT and on TVC. So we rest assured that we will share your views everywhere. For those who joined us who could not, we started with an opening ceremony earlier today, and we were joined by the Honorable Minister of State for Works and Housing. We're also joined by the Honorable Minister of State for Agri, both of them presenting very important papers earlier today. We also had a wonderful session, which was moderated by Jumoke Akinwumi, and we spoke on housing catalysts for economic development. And now we have also just been able to successfully push that forward by talking about strategies for delivering the federal government's 300,000 construction target. Well, we have had rich contributions, far-reaching deliberations, and we are already 2 steps close to the solutions that we seek. We hope that you'll join us again tomorrow. We'll be starting with Shelter Afrique's experience on the success of public-private partnerships. We'll be starting at, you should be able to join us at 9, so we start quite early. And tomorrow also we'll be talking about impact through housing investment. We want to assure you that it will be very, very interesting. So please find time also to be with us tomorrow. This is the Abuja International Housing Show 2020. It's the first day. I will also want to assure you that if you want to be a part of it, you should log in at EZ-Xpo.net/AIHS 2020. You go to the auditorium, click on day 1 to watch us live, and then tomorrow you should be clicking on day 2. All our videos will be available so that you can be a part of it. But I want to thank you once again for making today a success. Tomorrow we promise to be a better outing. Thank you once again to all our moderators, to our speakers, and for our silent listeners, our partners, and for those who have been part of it, who are on their stands waiting for people to comment, particularly for our exhibitors. We appreciate you. This is where we call it quits for today, but tomorrow we start joining us hopefully at 9. We start with Shelter Afrique's Day. And later on, we will continue the program. Thank you very much for making today a wonderful one. I appreciate you. We'll draw the curtains here. See you tomorrow.
That's the end, man. I can leave the meeting.